Are we ready? Stephanie, it's after 9, I think. It's 9 o'clock still. We want to be timely. Are we ready?
You're in charge, yep.
Great, thank you so much. Welcome to our meeting on February 2nd, 2022. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We do have citizen input today. Mikhail Bayard, would you like to address Hunnell Road, please? It's not on our agenda.
Okay. Well, thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you. The Huns have recently sent you an email describing the status of the Huns' interaction with the county, so I will not go over the details of what road features the county road department has agreed and disagreed with. But since a large housing development is going to happen around Hunnell Road and directly north of Cooley Road, Hunnell Road shouldn't be considered as another fast way to get to town or the shopping center located south of Cooley Road. Residents of this new housing development will be trapped between Highway 97 and 20 and Cooley Road, which will have even higher traffic flows than we observe today. They will have no easy access to parks to recreate with their family. Their only options will be to drive their car to Pine Nursery, Sawyer Park, or Riley Ranch. That is contrary to the state goal to reduce VMT, vehicle mile travels. Hunnell Road is presently used as a recreation corridor and a kind of park for the whole neighborhood, and could be a recreation area for the new housing development that would be easily accessed, walking, running, or bicycling, and will not force residents to take their car to go to a park. In order for Hunnell Road to function as a recreation corridor, the speed should be limited to 25 miles per hour. Crosswalks should be positioned at main intersections. More three-way stop signs should be installed. And the road should be designed to slow down traffic by keeping the curves presently existing on the road instead of straightening it. I hope you can work with the road department to implement those road features. So far, the above requests have been getting no attention from the county road department. Commissioner DeBone, you recently stated during our last 3-minute presentation here that you wanted to keep working with the Huns. I hope you stand by your statement and help us make Hunnell Road a very needed recreation corridor. Thank you, commissioners, for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today, and we did get your letter. And I did pass it on to Mr. Doty. So thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Anyone on Zoom? Or do you see anything, Stephanie? No? Okay. Oh, I did want to make a comment. On Monday, I'd ask what was the reservoir level at Wickiup, because, you know, we're all so concerned with water. And currently, it is at 41%. So let's hope we get a lot more winter. We've got 6 more weeks to go. And yes, so that was better than I imagined, but definitely, you know, it was, the level has, you know, last summer was horrid. So let's hope it keeps going up above that 41%.
Madam Chair, just one note. Happy Groundhog's Day. I know that's a special moment for our legal counsel, just the history of it. But also up in Redmond, they're going to have Rock Chuck Day, you know, which is the same kind of thing. So at noon today, there's a Rock Chuck Day celebration. They said they're even bringing a cake at the Centennial Park. And it was also mentioned there'll be people here today, too. So it came to Central Oregon. Now we might have started a new tradition celebrating Rock Chuck Groundhog Day.
And if they found a groundhog, that's going to be a big prize, so
There
out
you
here,
go.
they're going to be looking. So that's good. Anything else? Okay, consent agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
Further discussion? Commissioner Chang
Yes.
and Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Okay, our first action item today is to award a crushed, pre-coated, and updated rock for the chip seal. And I believe there's Cody. Thank you, Cody.
Morning. For the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer, Deschutes County Road Department. The Road Department solicited for bids for the supply and hauling of aggregate materials for the department's 2022 chip seal operations. In a nutshell, our 2022 chip seal work this year is going to include approximately 75 miles of chip seal surfacing on county roads. In addition to that, approximately 2 miles of oil mat surfacing on Harrington Loop Road. So oil mat in general is similar to a chip seal. It's aggregate applied and then an asphalt product applied over that aggregate, except an oil mat is applied directly to a dirt or gravel road surface as opposed to an existing paved surface.
Cody?
And then also,
Excuse me,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Dare, I'm just wondering, when you're going to do that on Harrington Loop, is that going to be before the rodeo? Because hopefully they're going to have the Sisters Rodeo this year, and that's in June.
off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact day or days that work's scheduled. I'll certainly circle back with our operations guys and make sure that there's not a conflict there.
Okay, thank you.
And then lastly, approximately 4 miles of chip sealing that we'll be doing for the cities of Sisters and Redmond. The bid solicitation was advertised on January 12th. Bids were opened by the department on January 26th. 2 bids were received. Before you this morning is a notice of intent to award the contract to High Desert Aggregate and Paving in the amount of $661,225. Posting of this notice of intent to award will begin the 1-week protest period for interested parties to submit protests of the contract award. If no protests are received during that period, the contract will be awarded administratively. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll just acknowledge the Fry Rear stockpile of uncoated rock. I guess, yeah, the Redmond and Fry Rear. So those are for other paving projects. Is that base rock or shoulder rock?
The uncoated rock going to the Fry Rear stockpile site will actually be for the oil map project that we'll be doing on Harrington Loop Road.
Okay, oil man, okay. Great,
And
so it's
it
exciting.
It may also be for some of the chip sealing that's going to happen for the city of Sisters.
That's fine. So yeah, it's exciting knowing that, we have this, organized so well. That's what I'm observing, knowing that how many towns we want where, putting this contract together, competitive bids, multiple bids. So we kind of have it dialed in here. So I'm really pleased with this process and the partners that are going to provide this product also.
And it is remarkable to note that the bid did come in less than our estimate, and both of the businesses providing bids were local, so that's excellent to recognize. Is there a
Yeah.
motion?
I'll move approval of document number 2022-119.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Cody. Yeah, just check.
Thank you.
It would be nice to have it done before the rodeo, honestly, because there's a lot of horse trailers and dust and everything. But
It all
anyway,
revolves around the Sisters Rodeo.
well, no, we haven't had it for 2 years, so let's not like chip seal during the week of, yeah.
We'll make sure. Hey, look at that, Chris Doty, everyone.
Where is he?
We will make sure. We will make sure that that is coordinated and that there isn't a conflict there with that work on Harrington Loop.
Thank you so much. Okay, Now we have federal funding. Is this from Chris? Yes, it is. Chris,
Yes,
thank you so
Chair.
much.
This is from me. Good morning. Typically, when it comes to transit funding in the county's role, you hear from Whitney and or Laura, but those duties have kind of fallen to the road department at this time. So I apologize for the downgrade and presentation. You'll get moving forward with regards to transit funding. So those are residing in the road department now. So we're here to request board approval for several grant applications for federal 5310 discretionary funds. Deschutes County is the authorized state transportation fund agency for those funds, and we recently issued a request for project submittals last month. Cascade East Transit submitted 4 applications, and those applications were reviewed and ranked by the county's Special Transportation Advisory Committee as required by state law. With that, we have some representatives from CET on Zoom to discuss the projects and answer any questions you may have. So I'm expecting to see Ashley Money, Andrea Bro, and or Derek Hoffbauer. They're probably trying to get added to the meeting now as we speak, and they'll go over the applications and answer any questions you may have. So with that, I see Ashley is signing on, Andrea as well.
Okay.
Take it away.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ashley Money here. So I'll just kind of briefly walk you through the 4 different applications that were submitted that Chris just described. Thanks, Chris. So the first application is for funding for Hawthorne Station on-site security services. This is to provide an on-site presence at Hawthorne Station. And for the Commissioner's reference, this is how we supported security services in the past, was through this discretionary grant. And we were actually able to cover weekend services with that grant in the last cycle, which allowed us to cut the number of exclusions at Hawthorne Station by 55%. So we're applying for funds to continue existing security services. Moving on to the next project, if there aren't any questions about that project. All right, so the second application is for enhancing mobility management and travel training. Essentially what this will allow CET to do is to help transition some of our customers who are utilizing Ben Dial-A-Ride. This is an expensive service, and by transitioning some of those customers over to Ben Fixed Route, it will reduce some of the costs for CET, and it will help reduce the overutilization of our Ben Dial-A-Ride system and increase utilization of Ben Fixed Route. With this project, we're hoping to provide somebody who will be on site and be able to help with folks to train them and show them how to use the Ben Fixed Route system. And just looking at the costs that we would save if we were able to transition over just 5 customers from Dial-A-Ride to Fixed Route each month, we would be able to save 2,400 rides, which would save us about $134,000. So really excited to keeping our fingers crossed that we get that project, because it would be great to have somebody dedicated to help with those efforts.
Ashley, on this one, can I ask, how are you going to just look at the totality of people who are using Dial-A-Ride and use some kind of filters or screening to try to figure out who's a good candidate to move over to the fixed route system? Or what's the process going to be to identify people to do this outreach with?
Yeah, for sure. So, there are 2 different ways that we can do this. The first is, we obviously have listing. People have to actively apply, and this is an eligibility-based service. So just kind of re-engaging with all of them would be we have kind of a captive audience in that sense. So reaching out to all of them would be kind of a first step. But then, looking at folks who, are a lot of the people who are using this service do have mobility challenges. Yeah. So it would be engaging with them first to see if this is even something that they could, utilize. And then at that point, it would be, sifting through to find the folks who would have the mobility capability to be able to utilize the service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thanks. So the third project would provide funding to update CET's existing security equipment, and this would be onboard buses as well as our facilities. Obviously, having cameras and security measures like this on our buses and at our facilities helps to create a safer environment for our customers as well as our employees. And it also helps to protect CET's capital investments. Central Oregon is growing, and as Central Oregon continues to grow, as does our fleet and capital investments. And so we want to ensure that we're keeping those things safe moving forward. In addition to actual equipment, this also will help us retain and store video. CET has a close relationship with Bend PD, and we provide them with video footage when necessary. And so this would allow us to continue to do that and actually increase the efficiency of being able to provide that footage when needed. It would also support our quality assurance as well as limit our liability by providing, video and camera, across our facilities and on board our buses as well.
So this will actually cover then all the buses?
It would be replacing those that need to be replaced on our buses. We do have cameras on our vehicles already, but some of them really need to be replaced. This would support replacing them where necessary, just to make sure that they're operational on board all our buses.
Okay. And what is the fourth project then?
Yes, and the last project will provide funding to integrate our transit asset management and work order software. So basically, right now, we utilize a really basic system to track our fleet and capital. And so this project would allow us to invest in a software that would better prepare us as we continue to expand our fleet and modernize. So right now, we have about 70 to 80 vehicles in our fleet. And once we hit 100, this will put us into that kind of next category of agency, and we want to ensure that we are, providing and keeping our vehicles in the best state of repair. And just to note, this is something that ODOT has voiced that they would like to see that we invest in. So we want to make sure that our largest funder, we're investing in something that ODOT deems necessary. So again, this will just help to kind of modernize the way that we're tracking our capital and fleet assets.
So you're hoping to transfer to this. When is it projected that you'll have 100 vehicles? Do you have a timeline?
I would say probably a good question for Andrea.
Okay, Andrea.
Obviously the pandemic put everything on hold. With all the STIF projects, eventually when they move forward post-pandemic, I'm envision maybe another 10 years in which the entire CET fleet will probably hit 100. We're investing more in non-CDL passenger vehicles, particularly for our dial-a-ride and on-demand. So that's where we're going to see the largest increase in vehicles is more of our, smaller fleet that doesn't involve a CDL.
I know right now we need bus drivers. Is that not correct? So, yes,
So
we need bus drivers to drive the bus. So,
Exactly.
anyone looking for a job with excellent benefits?
So a couple questions. So these are the federal $5310, and each one of these has a match requirement. Are those matches from CET's point of view the STIF dollars created by payroll tax? Is that generally?
Correct.
Okay, so so federal dollars are being matched with our payroll transit dollars. And then also kind of the big picture. I know in the past, I think we've seen requests or grant requests for Opportunity Foundation or Senior Center Transportation and buses and partnerships there. Has that come around at all, or were they engaged in this, grant opportunity this year? Do we know that?
So we sent a call for projects basically out to all the area stakeholders and providers, and what we received back were the 4 applications board that you have before you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then also, STF and STIF, I think the Oregon Transportation Commission has just given the thumbs up to bringing those programs together, which may be a point in the future, but just acknowledging that this will be one whole program here at some point instead of two.
That's correct.
At what date is that supposed to happen?
July 1, 2023.
23, okay, another year.
And a
Okay.
half from now. Yep.
Yes, and so the Oregon Transportation Commission just formally announced that this will be happening and the dates, and so the rules will be rolled out. We anticipate there will be, not anticipate, but there will be trainings about the consolidation during the Oregon Public Transportation Conference here in March. So we'll be learning more, in March.
Thank you, Ashley. Is there a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to authorize the 4 grant applicants for the ODOT Federal 5310 discretionary funding on behalf of Cascades East Transit.
Second?
Any other discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So,
Thank you, Board.
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, I believe, Kyle, we're up.
We are indeed. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Kyle Collins, Deschutes County Planning. Give me 1 second here, let me get situated. All right, this is the time and date set for a public hearing associated with a quasi-judicial plan amendment zone change. The board had a work session on this matter last week. At the beginning here, what I'm going to do is open it up to Madam Chair to go through our opening script, and then I'll go through the Zoom hearing procedures along with my presentation.
Thank you, Kyle. This is the time and place set for hearing on file number 247-21-000616-PA 617-ZC for a comprehensive plan amendment to change the designation of the subject properties from agricultural to rural residential exception area and a corresponding zone change to rezone the subject properties from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural, MUA 10. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Awesome. So the hearings body, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning a request for approval of a plan amendment and zone change application. The address of property 1 in this application is 63350 Abbey Road, Bend, Oregon, and property 2 currently does not have a designated situs address. The applicant in this case, Dave Swisher, is requesting approval of a comprehensive plan amendment to change the designation of each of the subject properties from agricultural to rural residential exception area and a corresponding zone change to rezone the subject properties from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural. Please note that all testimony shall be directed to the hearings body, and at the conclusion of this hearing, the hearings body will deliberate towards a decision or continue the hearing or deliberations to a date and time certain. And the hearing will proceed as follows. Staff will provide a brief staff report. The applicant will then present its testimony and evidence. The appellants, any appellants, will present their testimony and evidence. Opponents and proponents will present their testimony and evidence. Any other interested persons will then present testimony and evidence. And finally, the applicant, as the party bearing the burden of proof, will then be afforded an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony, and if requested by the hearings body, staff can provide any closing comments. Due to COVID-19, the hearing will also be conducted via Zoom. Now I'll go through how the Zoom hearing procedures work. So Zoom participants are either panelists or attendees. Panelists are on video, and attendees can view all panelists. And at the start of the meeting, all microphones are muted to prevent any audio feedback. At the start of the hearing, panelists will be the commission and county staff only, and attendees will be the applicant, general public, and media. The Board of County Commissioners and county staff will be unmuted, and the chair and county staff will read the opening statement, as we've already done. County staff will then present its report and answer any questions from the commissioners. And then we will move on to public testimony. So as we note, there is no sign-in sheet for remote testimony in this case. And so whether in person or remote, at the start of your testimony, please provide your name and mailing address. In addition, please clearly state if you have any procedural objections to the hearings process as a part of your testimony. For the first round of applicant testimony, we'll go through Zoom participants. They'll be elevated from attendee status to panelist. They will give any presentations they may have and answer any questions to and from the commission. They will be then returned to attendee status and their audio will be muted. For all public testimony, the chair will accept testimony in the following order. Firstly, by attendees participating in person. Secondly, any attendees participating by computer. And finally, attendees participating by telephone. For computer attendees, again, you'll be elevated from attendee status to panelist and your audio will be unmuted. You'll provide your testimony and then you will be returned to attendee status and the next person is selected and that process will repeat until all those participating by computer have testified. For telephone attendees, the last 4 digits of your phone number will be announced. That announced individual will be elevated to panelist and answer whether or not they wish to provide testimony. If no, they'll be returned back to attendee status and their audio muted. And if yes, they will provide testimony and then be returned to attendee status and their audio muted. And again, the next person is selected with the last 4 digits of a new phone number, and that process repeats until all those participating by telephone have testified. Finally, applicant rebuttal. The applicant, as the party bearing the burden of proof, will then be afforded an opportunity to present any rebuttal testimony they may have. And then as stated earlier, if requested by the commissioners, staff can provide any closing comments. Please note that a full written version of these hearing procedures is available at the table on the side of the room for any parties participating in person. And please note that if you wish to provide any written testimony, please email that to staff. You can see my email address on the presentation here. And note that if your written submittal is more than 20 pages in length, it includes any color figures that need to be seen in color, or any documents that are larger than a standard 8.5 by 11 size. You'll need to provide a physical copy of that written testimony to our office at 117 Northwest Lafayette Avenue. And with that, I'll move on to note that any commissioners must disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed. Commissioner DeBonne?
I have none.
Commissioner Chang?
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And as chair, I have nothing to disclose. The hearings, okay, so does any party wish to challenge any commissioner member of the hearings body based on ex parte, contacts, biases, or conflicts? Do we see any? Is there any on the screen? As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, commissioners. So as we've stated, this is a quasi-judicial plan amendment and zone change application. It corresponds to 2 properties just east of the city of Bend, a little over a mile east. Each of the properties is 40 acres in size. They're approximately a half a mile west of the Bend Municipal Airport, so they're situated just between the Bend Airport and the city of Bend's urban growth boundary. Each of the commissioners has an overview map that illustrates where both of these properties are, and there's a much larger map on the wall over here to correspond to where these properties actually fall. Property 1, as I stated earlier, has an assigned address of 63350 Abbey Road, and that's in Bend, Oregon. You can see it here on the map. This is the further south of the 2 properties in this case. The second property is due north of property number 1. It does not have an assigned situs address at this time. And both of these properties are reached via Abbey Road, which is an extension of Butler Market Road directly south. The request in this particular case from the applicant, as we stated earlier, is a change in the comprehensive plan designation for each of the 2 properties. Both of these properties are currently designated as agricultural on our comprehensive plan, and the The requested change in this case is to a rural residential exception area. Corresponding with that change to the comprehensive plan designation would be a zone change to both of these properties. They're currently each designated as exclusive farm use zones. That would be changed via this request to multiple use agricultural 10 zone. The review process for quasi-judicial plan amendment and zone change applications, this is the general pattern that we go through. So first, we have an initial hearing with our Deschutes County Hearings Officer, and a decision is rendered in that case. That's already been done. Next, we move on to a Board of County Commissioners hearing and deliberations on that proposal. And then finally, a decision is reached and an ordinance is signed with whatever the ultimate decision that's rendered. In this case, the Hearings Officer hearing was held on September 21st of last year. There were 2 public comments submitted via oral testimony during that hearing. One was from a neighboring property owner, Ms. Conrad, and the second set of comments was from Carol Macbeth, a representative of Central Oregon Land Watch. Each of those public comments covered a wide range of issues concerning these 2 proposals. One had to do with growth management concerns more generally and how land is actually developed within our rural areas. Some of it had to do with wildlife habitat associated with each of the properties, the viability of the supplemental soils report that was submitted by the applicant. That's a required part of this quasi-judicial process. And then more generally impacts on farming and agricultural uses in the surrounding area. In addition to those 2 sets of comments, the applicant's attorney provided oral testimony in support of the application. And then finally, our hearings officer submitted a recommendation of approval decision on November 24th of last year. So next steps moving forward from this point. There really are 3 options moving forward. The commissioners can elect to continue the hearing to a date and time certain if they choose. They can close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain. Or finally, they have the option of closing both the oral and written record and commencing with deliberations at another date and time certain in the future. And with that, I will open it up to any questions that the commissioners might have.
So I do have one question, and just confirming or just making sure I'm understanding the sense of this. So no other land use history for property 1 or property 2 is kind of in the land use history, item J of the land use ruling. So there's no farming history or residential history here at all, is there?
That's correct.
Is there any fuel reduction history or other property management history that you know of?
That I am not aware of. I'm sure, I believe the applicant's attorney is here.
And that's fine. That's why I'm figuring I bring these questions up now.
One question I have is, what is the zoning or classifications for adjacent properties? And is that relevant in consideration of this this proposal? Does that, according to our systems and processes, is that considered what the adjacent land uses are? And if so, like to what degree and how significant is that?
No, that's a great question. It is relevant, and it is considered as a part of both our staff report findings as well as the hearings officer decision. The actual zoning for properties surrounding each of these is kind of a mix. Some of it is exclusive farm use in the same way that these 2 properties are. More of the properties to the south and southeast are multiple use agricultural zone lands. And the reason they're relevant as a part of a compatibility analysis that's actually spelled out in significantly more detail in the hearings officer decision, you see what possible impacts might be attributed specifically to farming activities on surrounding exclusive farm use zone properties by a change both in the comprehensive plan designation as well as the zoning designations.
And there was mention of possible water, or a discussion with COID about what if they could get access to 25 acres of water, which never happened either. So there's just no history of water allocation of this property either.
No history of water rights associated with either of these parcels.
Well, didn't they actually say that it perhaps was going to happen with the prior owner, but then it never followed through?
I believe there was some discussion with a previous owner to try to acquire water rights, but nothing ever.
Nothing
came to
happened.
fruition.
Okay.
And all of is this property entirely surrounded by private property, or is there public land in this area?
I believe there is a very small section of land that's actually owned by the city of Bend in this case, to the north. But the vast majority of the property surrounding this are private parcels.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, Kyle. And I noticed that you had sent over
Yeah, there were
a
two.
lot of information this morning.
Correct, yeah. Two sets of comments that were received kind of late in the process, both of which were received yesterday evening. One is from the applicant's attorney. That's a copy of a presentation that I believe she's prepared to give this morning. She just wanted you to have a physical copy of it as well. The second set of comments were from Carol Macbeth of Central Oregon Land Watch. Again, those were in support of oral testimony that I believe she's prepared to provide this morning.
Okay.
Was there a copy of that Land Watch testimony for each of us? Or?
It came in an email. I just printed it
Oh,
out.
okay, got it.
Yeah,
Yep. No, I saw the
only a
email. I
digital
just
copy
wondered
of
if
that.
The paper was here. Got it.
And then when I printed it, I went, oh, this is quite significant. So,
And then I didn't print it because I figured somebody was going to hand it to us, but I can't.
yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, I just was like, okay. Just
Yeah,
wanted
give
to
it-
be
give
I
able-
was trying to save paper.
Yeah, given the
Trees
link-
don't live forever. Don't forget that. Some of them live less than others.
Yeah, given the length of that particular submittal, I've requested a physical copy to be included in our records, and so that'll be provided to all of the commissioners at a certain point in the future as well. But you do have the digital copy.
I do.
Okay, great. Okay, Kyle? Are there any other questions then?
Nope.
No. So then could we open the testimony at this time? Would be excellent.
Yeah, I believe it'd be open to the applicant to provide.
Okay. Yes. And the applicant, is it going to be represented by Liz? Yes, Liz Fancher. Okay. You want to unmute yourself and let us know?
I am unmuted, I believe.
Yes,
Okay.
I hear you.
My
Yes.
name's
Great, thank you.
Sure. I am the attorney for the applicant, Dave Swisher. The property is owned by the Swisher Trust and also by the McCloskey family. They each have different ownerships in the different properties. So I have not seen, obviously, the Central Oregon Land Watch comments. I have addressed in my presentation the comments that were made by Central Oregon Land Watch during the hearings review by the hearings officer. But if there are new issues, obviously I'll need to respond to those in writing after the hearing. I prepared a PowerPoint presentation, and I believe you have a paper copy of that. And I'll go ahead and try to share my screen here so that you can see it. Let's see, here we go. All right. There we go. Okay.
Yes, we do have that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Basically, this is an application for a plan amendment and zone change that was filed by Dave Swisher. The file numbers are as listed on this particular slide. This is a photograph of the subject property, a part of the subject property, showing that it has basically juniper trees, some saved vegetation, that the vegetation is sparse, and they have a lot of rocks on the property that are visible to the naked eye. And those were commented on by our soil scientist, Andy Gallagher. So basic facts about the property are that it's 80 acres in size. It's located between the Bend Airport and the Bend UGB. This photograph shows the Bend Airport to the east. The property is in close proximity to Butler Market Road, just a short distance north of there. In a straight line down Butler Market Road, the property is a mile from the city of Bend UGB. The area around this property is developed with homes on small lots. That is the primary and dominant use in the area of private property. The subject property itself, the 80 acres, would be eligible to be divided to create 4 non-farm parcels with homes with EFU zoning based on the soil characteristics of the property. It's a conditional use process or not conditional use, but it's a process that's subject to a number of criteria. So it's not an absolute outright permitted use. But in my opinion, the property would qualify based on the fact that the soils on the property are approximately 85% class 7 and 8, which is essentially the worst soil in Central Oregon.
A point of clarification.
Yes.
So property eligible to be divided to create 4 non-farm parcels. Are you referring to 20-acre parcels on the 2 40s or 4 10s on each 40?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, just basically 2 20s or
Yep.
a 5 and a
Okay.
35 or whatever.
Got it. Just
If the property is unsuitable for farm use in its entirety, essentially in its entirety, it's eligible to be divided.
Yep.
And the facts in this case support that. This is not agricultural land.
thank you.
Thank you for the question. Then area zoning is a mix, as indicated by Mr. Collins. There's EFU, TRB, there's MUA 10, there's airport development for the Bend Airport, and there's destination resort overlay zoning that applies in this area, including to the subject property. So the Swisher property has a destination resort designation. That same designation applies to property that adjoins the Bend Airport. So this application is authorized by the county's comprehensive plan that basically the goal is to preserve and maintain agricultural lands and the agricultural industry. However, policy 2.2.3 is to allow comprehensive plan and zoning map amendments, including those that qualify as non-resource land for individual EFU parcels is allowed by state statute, Oregon administrative rules, and the comprehensive plan. In this case, we're filing an application because to have the property recognized as non-resource land, that does not include a requirement for a goal exception to goal 3. So additionally, the comprehensive plan says that, as of 2010, any new rural residential exception areas must be justified by initiating a non-resource plan amendment and zone change by demonstrating that the property does not meet the definition of agricultural or forest land, or by taking exceptions to the statewide goals. In this case, we're following the first option to initiate the non-resource plan amendment and zone change. In this case, the Swisher property does not meet the definition of either resource category. It's not agricultural land. It's 85% class 7, it should say 7 and 8 soils. I apologize for that typo. And it's not forest land. It does not have forest soils according to the NRCS, which is how the property is determined whether or not it's suitable for forest use. And it also has no merchantable timber on it. It just has juniper trees. It does not have ponderosa pines or lodgepole pines. So under statewide goal 3, it includes the definition of agricultural land, which is the test that's applied to determine whether property is agricultural land and whether a goal exception is required, or whether property can be redesignated for a different use that's more appropriate for the property. In this case, in Eastern Oregon, agricultural land is land that's predominantly class 1 through 6, identified by the Soil Capability Classification System of the United States Soil Conservation Service. Central Oregon Land Watch argued below that Soil Capability Classification System is actually a soil classification mapping property for soil survey for the Upper Deschutes River. That's not what the agricultural land definition says. It says the system, and the system is classifying soils as into class 1 through 8. So the soil capability classification system that applies to the subject property are class 6, 7, and 8 soils. The class 6 soils have severe limitations that make them unsuitable for cultivation for crops. The class 7 soils have severe limitations that make them completely unsuitable for cultivation. Class 8 soils have limitations that nearly preclude crop production. The subject property here has a combined average of basically 85% 7 and 8 soils. That's extremely high percentage of that type of soil. This is a map that was prepared by soil scientist Andy Gallagher, who is a very well-regarded soil scientist. And it shows that the soil analysis for tax lot 100 has 88% class 7 and 8 soils and 12% class 6. The 6 is in the areas that are drawn in pockets in yellow. The soil that was located on the property that is class 7 and 8 is Gosney rock outcrop, and the Descamp soil is 6, class 6 soil. The soils analysis for tax lot 600 is 82% class 7 and 8 and 18% class 6. And again, the little fingers in yellow are the small areas that have class 6 soils on them. Okay, so this gives you an idea of generally what the property looks like. I have a couple photos here to show you, similar to the first photo. There's another photograph, different part of the property. And then a couple more photos. Again, showing that there's a great deal of surface rock and the vegetation is not a forest. In fact, one of the neighbors, Ms. Conrad, testified that she was concerned, or in written comments was concerned that the soil is so poor in this area that she's concerned about the ability to construct homes on the property. Okay, so then the next part of the Goal 3 test for agricultural land, there are 2 parts. So the first part is the soils analysis test. If you don't pass the soils test, then you do not have the ability to have the property reclassified. So then you, if you do pass the soils test, which we do in this case, then you move on to the suitable for farm use test. And this is a quotation from Goal 3. It says, other lands which are suitable for farm use, taking into consideration soil fertility, suitability for grazing, climatic conditions, existing and future availability of water for farm irrigation purposes, existing land use patterns, which addresses Commissioner Chang's question related to the neighborhood and how it's relevant, technological and energy inputs required or accepted farming practices. And so my slides address each of these factors. So I'll do them in order. The first is soil fertility, which is obviously the ability to provide necessary nutriments and conditions for plant growth, according to Webster's Third International Dictionary, which is the dictionary used by the Court of Appeals and Oregon Appellate Courts. The class 7 soils have very severe limitations that make them unsuitable for cultivation, according to the NRCS, as discussed earlier. Soil fertility on this property was analyzed by the soil scientist. He determined that has a very low productivity for rangeland vegetation production, much lower than is typical, even for soils of the type that were found on the property due to all the rocks. Basically just 440 pounds per acre for tax lot 600 and 494 pounds per acre for tax lot 100. By way of comparison, a fairly typical rangeland property in Central Oregon is around 900, at least 700 to 900 pounds per acre. No party in this proceeding has claimed that the soils are fertile, and county decisions have found that class 7 soils are not fertile. So the next factor is suitability for grazing. In this instance, it's theoretically possible, perhaps, for some grazing activity to occur on the property, perhaps most readily by goats, perhaps.
That's what I was thinking,
cattle.
goats.
Yeah, goats. Yeah.
There's a lot of good cows.
Yeah, thank you. Then farm use, however, is defined as the current employment of land for the primary purpose of obtaining a profit and money by engaging in specified farm and forest activities. And so that's a state definition. There's been litigation on that over time, and the Oregon Supreme Court's decided that yes, in fact, profit in farm use is a relevant consideration in determining whether land should be classified as agricultural land or not. So what we provided in our materials is information related to profitability for grazing. We use the formula the county uses in its land use decisions for non-farm dwellings, which I understand to be derived from Oregon State University, and projected and we adjusted it based on the amount of forage that was determined by our soil scientist, and came up with an estimate of $2,708.66 annually of annual income. Taxes for 2020 were $4,341.64. And then additionally, there are a number of costs related to having grazing occur on the property, including labor, fencing, the purchase of the livestock, veterinary care for them, creating a water source for them, especially for cattle. You would need to develop a water pond. You probably need to drill a well to fill the pond, or you'd have to be purchasing water. And then you'd need transportation to bring the cattle to and from the property. They would certainly far exceed the $2,708.66 without considering the taxes. Assuming that you could get it into farm tax deferral, you would reduce your taxes. But the property is not receiving farm tax deferral because it's not farm property. The next slide relates to farm income in Deschutes County. It shows that in Deschutes County, farming is not a profitable enterprise, that farmers lose money as a group in Deschutes County. They lose thousands of dollars, like $19,000 in 2017. Then additionally, what the chart shows is that only approximately 16% of farms in Deschutes County are profitable. The rest are not. This property, we believe it's fairly clear that it has some of the worst conditions in the county. It certainly would not be able to be operated as a profitable farm enterprise. Then the next question is existing and future availability of irrigation water. There are no water rights. The property has no history of water rights. In fact, the property was owned by Central Oregon Irrigation District in the past, and they did not irrigate the property, and they did not put it into farm use of any kind. And since it has been sold, there's no history of it being used for irrigation. That was confirmed by the irrigation district. New water rights in the Deschutes Basin are just not available. As I know the board well knows, there are issues about water availability in the Deschutes Basin. Irrigation water, excuse me. I have an issue here on my computer. Okay, sorry, pardon me. So in order to obtain water rights, you need to buy water rights from other users, typically from farms with more productive farm ground. The irrigating class 7 and 8 non-agricultural land, in our opinion, is not a beneficial use of water. It's also unlikely the owner would be able to obtain irrigation water from COID or an OWRD groundwater permit because it's necessary to show that you'll be able to put the water to a beneficial use. As I'm sure you all know, farming is the biggest user per acre of water there is. And it obviously makes sense to support farming and to have water for good farm properties, but in my opinion, it does not make sense to attempt to move water that's very valuable from good farmland onto property that's non-agricultural land.
May I ask a question about the agricultural groundwater permit? So if these lands are reclassified MUA and there's a certain number of units of residential units that are allowed, each one of those would, my impression is, fairly easily be able to secure an exempt well permit for residential use. And can you compare for us what the potential or the kind of maximum allowable usage is for an exempt well versus what might be you might be seeking for an agricultural groundwater permit from Oregon Water Resources Department?
There's a vast difference. It's really significant. And most residential users don't use the allocation. The allowed amount is 15,000 gallons per day per property. In this particular instance, Avion has indicated that it is willing to provide water service here. So the plan is generally to use Avion, but it is possible that people could drill exempt wells, but that would be addressed during the land use review for this land division. I do have access to information related to the volumes of water, and I can provide that comparison to you if the record is kept open. But I don't have it at my fingertips, and I don't want to just give you misinformation.
Yeah, I would be interested in seeing that. Thank you.
Great, I will obtain that for you. But the delta is very significant.
Yeah, it'd be good to hear. Good to see that.
Thanks. Okay, so then the next factor is climate. The climate in Bend is dry, 11.36 inches of rain per year, according to the Oregon State University Extension Service, and 80 to 90 days of a growing season, which is extremely short. And the other factor that we discussed that Commissioner Chang identified is the existing land use pattern. This again is the same map that was provided earlier that shows the location of the different zones. You can see there's a checkerboard of MUA 10 zoning and EFU zoning. The EFU properties in the area are not commercial farm properties. They're on most of them, they're small properties that have been divided and are primarily residential properties. But basically there's a mix of rural residential exception areas, airport zoning that has commercial and industrial uses in it, and as I indicated, non-commercial farms and non-farm homes on land zoned EFU. The rural residential exceptions area are essentially 100% built out. Okay, so I go into more detail about the surrounding properties so that you get an idea of what I'm talking about. You can fact check me on this. The adjoining property to the south of the Swisher property, that's Toxot 100, that has the address on Abbey Road. There are 4 single-family homes on 40 acres to the south of the property in the Butler subdivision. That's zoned MUA 10. That's directly to the south, and it has the long, narrow lots on it. The houses are built up toward the Swisher property. The small EFU lots on the area, you can see them to the west. They range in size from 16.35 to 19.32 acres. And there's one horse property, essentially the one at the far west. Okay. So this is a plat of the Butler subdivision. So you can see that it was subdivided into these 4 lots. And then the other property that is to the south, that's to the southeast, is Classic Estates subdivision. This is a copy of its plat. Its typical lot size is 2.5 acres.
So, Liz, it looks like Butler was done in like 1983. I mean, that's when, or was it done in 82 or 83?
83, I believe, yes.
Okay, I just...
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, after the zoning, I believe it's 83. I'm sorry. Okay. And then Classic Estates is the other subdivision, and it has 2.5 acres. And the people who are opposing approval of this zone change, the 2 individuals who wrote letters in opposition so far that I'm aware of, and prior to the hearing, in front of the hearings officer, live in this subdivision. One of them lives right at the corner that touches the Swisher property. And then these are the properties that are owned by the 2 commenters who opposed the rezoning, who were primarily interested in protecting open space values on the subject property and not having the property developed in a way similar to this area, or actually more similar to Butler subdivision with 10-acre lots. Okay, adjoining property to the east of Tax Lot 100, there are 4 single-family homes on 40 acres. They range in size from like 8 to 12 acres. So this is very similar to an MUA 10 subdivision. It just happens to be an EFU zoning district. These properties all have the single-family homes on them, and they're not engaged in any farming whatsoever. Properties adjoining Tax Lot 600. 600 is the property that is the northernmost property. And this also answers the question asked by Commissioner Chang. The City of Bend sewer treatment plant is located to the north and to the east. This property is. It's a large property that adjoins the east and the north part of the property, but it's dedicated to sewer treatment plant use only. There are 2 small juniper-covered lots with houses that are zoned EFU that are located to the west of this property. And then the Swisher tax lot to the 100 to the south is the property that adjoins its southern boundary. Okay, so the Bend Airport is obviously part of this neighborhood. It's located on this is taken from the Bend Airport website, the information here. Located on approximately 420 acres. It's 5 miles northeast of Bend. It is caters to the needs of general aviators, hosts 2 flight training schools, and home to numerous businesses. Combined operations make Bend the 3rd busiest airport in the state in terms of takeoff and landing. The 5 miles northeast of Bend is obviously from the center of Bend. The airport is, within 2 miles of the urban growth boundary. The Bend Airport is an employment center for the city of Bend. So they're having housing nearby the airport just is a logical place to place housing so that it can support the employment associated with the airport. It's the airport website also provides this information that from aircraft manufacturing, design to flight training and charter operations, the following companies employ nearly 500 people and contribute nearly $25 million in payroll annually to the local economy. And then it lists all the various and sundry businesses, including Airlink and Central Oregon Community College, and Oxford Corporation, Leading Edge, Precise Flight, Epic Aircraft, Specialized Aero Works. Okay, so the next factor is technology and energy inputs required. In our opinion, no technological or energy inputs would make the property suitable for farm use. The soil is so bad that it just, you can't really do anything to it within reason that will make it suitable for farm use. Accepted farm practices is another consideration. The County Board of Commissioners in the ASETI Plan Amendment and Zone Change determined it's not accepted farm practice to irrigate Class 7 and 8 soils in Deschutes County. Additionally, accepted farm practices that would be related to raising cattle on the property would not make the property productive farm ground and would not make it profitable to conduct that practice. And you would be unable to put the property into crop production as indicated by the soil assessment system of the NRCS. Okay, then goal 3 also asks whether it's necessary to permit farm practices to occur in the area for the property to remain in EFU zoning. Is it land and other classes necessary to permit farm practice to be undertaken on adjacent or nearby lands? In this case, the Swisher property is not relied on by any area property to undertake farming or farm practices. Then this next slide addresses an issue that has been raised by Central Oregon Land Watch. They've claimed that it's not permissible for anyone, essentially, to use a soil analysis from a soil scientist to more accurately define the soils on property. They also claim that a soil scientist is not more accurately defining property when they go out and conduct a more detailed soil study than conducted by the NRCS. The NRCS generally maps soils, generally based on landscape features. And what occurs in this particular case is that there was an order 1 soil survey that went out and dug test pits on the property, throughout the property, and determined the soil classification for soil on the property and mapped it. Additionally, the soil scientist offered his professional opinion that based on the NRCS mapping that Central Oregon Land Watch argues must be used, indicated that that mapping alone, or that information provided by the NRCS soil survey also shows the property is not a majority class 7 and 8 soils and is also non-agricultural land under that test. So it basically passed either test. But since we have put in information that's more detailed, I'd like to just explain the laws that authorize the specific use of more detailed soil studies. Goal 3 itself says more detailed soil data to define agricultural land may be utilized by local governments if it permits achievement of the goal. In this instance, we did provide a more detailed soils data in the Red Hill Soil Study. In properly classifying the soil, in our opinion, certainly achieves the goal of putting land into the correct category and protecting agricultural land. This study was reviewed by the Department of Land Conservation and Development for purposes of determining whether it was conducted generally properly and according to the standards that the state has adopted for these studies. And the study was approved for use by the county on June 16th, 2021.
Could we take a moment and explain that?
Yes.
The DLCD approval, is that from a different land use case, or I don't have a feel for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So in order to seek approval of basically, if an applicant wants to bring in a copy of a soil study that differs from the soil study prepared by the NRCS, they have to obtain a review of that soils report by the state of Oregon. So it's reviewed by the Department of Land Conservation and Development. They have a person who's assigned that task, and they go through and they determine whether all of the requirements have been met that the state adopts. The state regulates this practice to protect the integrity of the process. They impose requirements on who can do soil surveys. These more detailed soil surveys, there are really only a handful of people who do conduct these surveys in the state, which is why we have people from the Willamette Valley now coming to Central Oregon to conduct these studies. Mr. Gallagher's from the Willamette Valley, but he's a very well-regarded soil scientist, and he's involved in a number of environmental and other efforts over in, I believe, Lynn County.
So, my question, is that part of this application? As in, this application went to DLCD and said, please accept this as the soil? Because I wouldn't have thought to look for that, but now I understand.
Okay, it's in the record. So what we did is we put a copy of the review that the state issues. The state sends that directly to the county also. So we included it in our application, and then we also provided it. We provided our application, and then the state sent it in. So it's in your record.
That's fine.
It shows that they approved it, and there's a copy of the soil report that was prepared by Mr. Gallagher.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. And so this is the state law. So basically, state statute specifically authorizes this process. And basically, the state statutes control over any rule that is adopted by the Department of Land Conservation and Development. So this is the guiding force here. So any of the Goal 3 rules that are adopted by DLCD basically must honor this particular provision. And so what this law does is it says that if a person like Mr. Swisher concludes that a more detailed soils study or information that's provided by the Web Soil Survey operated by the NRCS would assist the county make a better determination of whether the land qualifies as agricultural land, the person must request that the Department of Land Conservation and Development arrange for an assessment of the capability of the land by a professional soil classifier. So essentially how that's handled is that the department has a list of people who are qualified to conduct the studies, and then a person who wishes to have a more detailed survey contacts those people and arranges for a survey, and then the report is reviewed and approved for use by the county by the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
So Liz, what you were saying is that
yes.
there's no one on that list that's actually from this side of the mountain?
I believe at this time that's correct. There used to be, Steve Wirt and Roger Bereen, but we've lost both of those two people to, I believe Steve is retired and Roger is deceased, and there's been no replacement that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So also I placed into the record for the hearings officer, the Rural Resource Lands Research Report prepared by the Department of Land Conservation and Development. It indicates that the administrative rules provide an option for use of a soils assessment that's more detailed than the NRCS mapping. And it indicates that 10 working counties have rezoned resource land, EFU and forest, basically to non-resource designations. It says these zone changes did not require an exception from statewide planning goals 3 and 4. Okay, so then the other part of the test is the goal 4, forest land, and to determine whether property is forest land. In this particular case, just visually looking at the property, it's obvious it's not forest land. However, it says in the rule that relates to identifying forest land, this is adopted by the Department of Land Conservation and Development, that land suitable for commercial forest uses shall be identified using a mapping of average annual wood production capability by cubic foot per acre as reported by the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. So what I've provided here is information about the soil mapping units on the property that are shown on the NRCS map, not those on our soil scientist report. They are essentially the same soil, but in different percentages. But I use the NRCS mapping just because the rule relates to NRCS. The two mapping units are 58C and 38B. And the NRCS soil survey has a table 8, which is called woodland productivity. And that table indicates that neither soil is suitable for growing wood crops. So it does so by not listing them and saying at the beginning of the table that the soil map units that are not listed are not suitable for growing wood crops. So it's basically clear that this property is not forest land, doesn't have forest land soils. It would not support a forest. And it meets the test, that part of the test. It also says that county shall identify forest lands that maintain soil, air, water, and fish and wildlife resources. In this particular case, the property is not a forest to start with. So we're not, this does not apply. The property has also, or the whole, all properties in the county have been inventoried for fish and wildlife resources. And the county has a acknowledged Goal 5 program, and there are no fish and wildlife resources that are protected by the county's Goal 5 inventory for this particular property. There is no particular wildlife habitat on this property that would merit protection. Okay, so the next slide, it just is a summary of some of the non-resource lands decisions that have been made in Deschutes County. The first one, Lower Bridge at the Deschutes River, was 556.9 acres. The property was zoned RR10. To start with, it was a surface mine, and some of it was zoned EFU. And the property was determined to not be agricultural land, and therefore it was appropriate to apply zoning of RR10 in rural residential exception area. This property is on the Deschutes River, and it adjoins Lower Bridge Road. Then there's another case that's farther to the south. So these are in order, but they're shown on this little map, which is, I apologize, it's not the world's best map, but it's an old county zoning map. And it shows at the north part of the property is where the Lower Bridge property is. Then the next property down is the Pagel property. That was 13.65 acres. It was zoned MUA 10. It had been zoned EFU to start with, and it is on the Deschutes River, on the west side of the river. The next one down is Mr. Assetti, and I'm sure you are all familiar with Mr. Assetti and his application, his efforts to obtain rural industrial zoning on his property. The first round of his case, it was determined that a soil study prepared by Roger Breen that determined that the property was not agricultural land, controlled essentially over the soil survey that was prepared by the NRCS. And the property was determined to be non-agricultural land, and the property was then given the rural industrial zoning. And the next one down, a little bit to the west, is Tumalo Reservoir Road, owned by the Coates family. It's 27.8 acres. It was rezoned MUA 10. It had been a surface mine also, but was determined that it was non-agricultural land, and so it was zoned MUA 10. An adjoining property in that case was granted a goal exception because it was agricultural land. Then the next one down is Highway 20 and Hamby Road. There were two cases in that area, a total of 95.32 acres. There are two properties that are next to each other, and they're on Highway 20. And they are located fairly close to the city, or right next to the city of Bend for one of them. Then there is 27th Street and Stevens Road. The state of Oregon was granted plan amendment and zone change for 640 acres. They were given that approval in two different increments. Their case, that the first one was fairly well litigated, and a number of issues related to this particular process were determined by the board through that review. Okay, then additionally, other issues that are addressed in the zone change and plan amendment are transportation system planning rule. We hired Joe Bessman of Transsite Consulting, and he addressed the impacts of traffic and concluded that the EFU zone uses that are permitted outright would generate more traffic than those permitted outright in EFU 10 zone if the property were developed to the greatest extent, possible or reasonable on the property. And then the next slide shows basically his analysis and the change in trips, that there would basically be a trip reduction compared to intense EFU zone development with uses permitted outright. So this does not consider conditional uses that are allowed in the EFU zone. As a general rule, uses in the EFU zone are more extensive and can have significantly more traffic associated with them than development in the MUA 10 zone, in particular single-family home development. Then the county's code requires that the change serve public health, safety, and welfare. There's water service available from Avion Water. There's electricity available from Central Electric Co-op. There are major roadways nearby. Road improvements will be provided with development of the property. There are road improvements that would benefit the area that would be required by Cody Smith as a requirement of any development project if the property is developed. Additionally, the property, one option is obviously to develop, the other is to hold it. Given the fact that the property is between the airport and the city of Bend, in my opinion, it would be reasonable for the property to be a future urban reserve area for long-term planning for future growth. Properties, when you go through the urban growth boundary expansion process and the reserve process, require that you address soil type. Basically, only soils that are in the MUA 10 or rural residential exception area are considered by the city of Bend for inclusion in the urban growth boundary. If you have an EFU zoning applied to the property, the city does not look any further. So by applying the proper label to this property, it can be properly considered for future urban reserve designation. The large lot sizes that are imposed by the MUA 10 zone provide open space and protect the land for future urbanization. MUI 10 zone is the same zone as adjoining land and the zoning of the land owned by neighbors who oppose the change. The opponents live on small lots, 2.59 acres and 2.37 acres. So we feel that there's nothing about this zone change that would harm the public health, safety, and welfare, and provides a logical location for a modest level of rural residential development.
Liz?
If there are any other, yes, thank you.
I think we probably need to open up the hearing to other people at this time, and then if you need a few minutes to come back, and I realize that there's documents that you'll need to see too that have been given to us. So will that work for you at this moment?
Oh, I'm done.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry for taking so much time.
No, we appreciate hearing from you on the details of the property. So is there any more public testimony at this time in the room? Is there someone on the screen that would like to testify at this time? Okay, Carolyn, would you like to? We do have 3 minutes timing, Carolyn.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. We respectfully urge you to deny the proposed amendments which don't comply with the applicable law. My goodness, Liz Spencer went on for a long time in support of the applicant as its representative. Luckily for the commissioners, this is really a much simpler case than she's presented. You just need to know one law, one fact, and the law is one sentence long. We've provided you with that law in our written submission. The law is Oregon Administrative Rule 660-033-00201. And it provides, as a state law, that land that is classified 1 through 6 by the NRCS is agricultural land. That's the whole law. It's one sentence long. Well, that's part 1 of this rule. Agricultural land classified by the NRCS as class 1 through 6 is agricultural land. So that's the one sentence, one law. And then the one fact that you need to know is that the NRCS does classify this as class 1 through 6. That's not up for debate. It's in the record. The applicant's own materials state that that's true. So you have that fact, and you have this state law by which the county is bound. Therefore, this land is agricultural land by law, and it must be protected as agricultural land. So you might wonder, well, what are they talking about? Why are they continuing to talk at such length when the matter is so simple? That's because agricultural land in Oregon casts a wide net. It doesn't just include agricultural land as class 1 through 6 by the NRCS, but it's also other lands that might be suitable, like class 7 lands that are being used on a ranch to breed cattle, or other class 7 uses. Mostly that's grazing uses. So those are also looped in. And when it comes to those lands, well, one can hire a soil scientist, and one can debate, and they can talk about, you know, what's happening next door and all these things she's talking about, and whether there's rocks on it or whatever. That has to do with another group of lands, the extra lands that it's up to debate whether they're agricultural or not. But when it comes to this land, which all parties agree is class 1 through 6 from the NRCS, it just is agricultural land. OAR 660-033-00201, that is just a one sentence rule. That's what it says. It's state law, and the commissioners are bound by it. As the applicant alluded to, that doesn't mean that the applicant can't get this use. He just must apply for an exception to Goal 3 to get it. As far as DLCD, I wanted to clarify, because it can be an area of some confusion. When DLCD has approved this soil report, that means they have approved the soil scientist as a soil expert who is qualified to give a report. It doesn't, they do not agree with it. They expressly do not agree or disagree with the report. It's not some sort of stamp on the report saying, yeah, that's right. They're saying the person is qualified and that the report is qualified. That's all they're saying. It's qualified to be used as evidence in a hearing. And again, that's relevant for another group of properties, those that are not class 1 through 6, as determined by the NRCS, which this property is. And I would just like to draw your attention to all of the other lands that are also predominantly 38B in your county according to your own soil maps. We provided copies, 4 aerials of just how many farms in Deschutes County are in use with this land for nursery, for grazing, and for tree farms. And it's great soil, it's class 3 when irrigated. And if the commissioners have ever driven by a farm that is no longer being actively farmed, you'll see that first native grasses will move in, then some antelope brush, then some rabbit brush, then some junipers, and pretty soon it looks probably like this property. This is what property that's not being farmed in Central Oregon looks like. But the first thing that a farmer would do is clear the rocks off the property. That's just a given. And then they have to mow back the grasses and any brush that's on there, and then they farm it. It's not expected to be farmed looking the way it does. This land is unfarmed. But in Oregon,
Carol, yes, we've gone over your 3 minutes, and we do have your...
I'll just finish by saying, yeah, what it looks like is not relevant. The points that she's making are relevant if it had been classified something else. But in Oregon, we protect land for the future of the or agricultural land base. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we do have your packet from this.
I have a question for
I want a question for you.
So the applicant
Okay.
provided two slides, and it talks about 88%, 7 and 8 soils, and 12% class 6 soils, and then the other one is 18% class 6 soils. Are you saying since there's 12% class 6 soils on a detailed authorized study that's the law right there?
No, actually, what I'm saying is that the rule that I cited, OAR 660-033-00-201A, is about the NRCS's classification. That's what it's based on. And so
just real clear, so then you're saying that the other soil study that is supporting this is not valid?
Oh, no, we're not saying it's not valid, sir. What we're saying is that this is not in the group of lands where soil scientists may provide that type of data. That is, this isn't the type of land, because it is class 1 through 6 by the NRCS, as all parties agree. That area of land all across Oregon, that is our agricultural land base. And then there are additional lands that may be. And when one might need a soil scientist for this is when you're in that other class, where it's class 7, where it's not. Or in the Willamette Valley, it's class 1 through 4. So if it's class 5 in the Willamette Valley, then a soil scientist might be brought in, and they're very useful for that. But here, this is the baseline. This is the basic, one sentence rule. Class 1 through 6 by the NRCS is agricultural land, and all the factors that she's talking about only come into play for other lands, not this property.
Okay, thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other Zoom testimony at this time? None? Okay, what about telephone testimony? Do we have any phone lines that we can identify? 5888. Okay. We're going to recognize number 5888. Please remember to identify yourself with your address.
If you're here to testify.
If you are here to testify about our hearing, I see our health department is on the line. Okay, so they're not, okay, they must not want to testify. Oh,
my name is Michael McComber. I'm owner of a property on Silvis Road. It's 63220, 20 acres. And I was just wondering about the traffic on Silvis Road. It's a basically single lane road. You have to pull over if a car is coming the other direction. Is that where the traffic would be routed?
okay. That's, is that your comment then for today? Where would that traffic be routed?
Yes, in the road that services that property, Abbey Road, and it's a single-lane gravel road at one end of my property, far from Butler Market Road.
Okay.
1,300 feet.
Great. Thank you for that
Well,
question.
Thank you for bringing that up. We appreciate your testimony today. And we have your address and your name, correct? Okay. all right, thank you. And there's no one else then, Stephanie? Okay, all right. So Kyle, I probably should give Liz a couple minutes to do a little bit of rebuttal here.
Yeah, she is afforded a rebuttal period if she wants it.
Okay, Liz, is there anything you want to do at this moment in time as far as rebuttal goes?
Yes. Mr. McCumber's question, obviously the public road system in the area would need to be improved if there is a development on the property, if it's just not held for the future development in the distant future. And so that road would be improved. And then as it relates to Ms. Macbeth's argument, she's essentially arguing that one section of the administrative rules controls all others. The administrative rules of Department of Land Conservation and Development provide the process for soil testing and soils analysis of soil scientists. The Goal 3 rule itself provides for more detailed soils analysis. And most importantly, the state statute authorizes property owners to provide more detailed soils analysis to be used in this type of land use application. Even if the administrative rules were read as Central Oregon Land Watch argues, the rule provided by the state in its statutes controls. And I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Liz, for that clarification from you. Okay, Kyle, I think we have a couple choices here.
Yeah, I can answer any questions that the commissioners might have. Otherwise, you've got a few different options here. You can continue the hearing to a date at some point in the future. You're welcome to close the oral record and still accept written testimony. The kind of standard 777 open record period is what staff would recommend. The last option is closing both the oral and written record, and we could set a date for deliberations at some point in the
I think Commissioner Chang had a question.
Yeah, I actually have two more questions. Number one was about the City of Bend's wastewater treatment property. I would love to get a better sense of kind of how much of the area north of this parcel is, is included in that property. So that's my first question. My second question was about the urban area reserve or urban reserve area that that Liz Fancher mentioned. Excuse me. What I'd like to understand is we're seeing a proposal to reclassify these two properties right now. And Liz Fancher mentioned kind of the potential scenario for how these lands would come through the urban area reserve process if we reclassify these lands now. I was curious about how that would compare to the kind of inverse scenario where assuming that the City of Bend proceeds with another urban growth boundary expansion, includes an urban reserve area as part of that process, would the process for looking at this reclassification be different if this was already in an urban area reserve as opposed to the current situation that we're looking at right now?
So that is a question I truthfully don't know off the top of my head. I would provide that generally when cities are going through the process of expanding their urban growth boundaries, they are shifted away from agriculturally designated lands is kind of the first step in the process. And so in order to easily take in land to a designated UGB, most of those lands are already designated for rural residential exception areas or something very, very similar, along with the corresponding zone designation, whatever that happens to be. So in this particular case, it could set it up to be more easily included in the future versus a specific path where you're having to, at the time of the UGB expansion, justify why you would be bringing agricultural land into the city boundaries.
Right, and that whole dynamic I understand pretty clearly from the COID redesignation that we're considering. But this being not immediately adjacent to the UGB, I was trying to understand how the reserve area designation kind of just the interaction between the two processes, the reclassification and the reserve area designation. And Peter, it looks like you might have something to add to.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Members of the commission, for the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. It's a great question. As we understand the City of Bend's process as of February of 2022, they're going to go forward at some point in time with an urban growth boundary amendment. And the conversations that we have, and I'm not trying to bind the city in any way, but it makes sense for the City of Bend to do an urban growth boundary amendment, identify a 20-year land supply, and then afterwards, if there's still the support for it, is to initiate up to a 30-year urban reserve area. And I think that's what this scenario is. This plan amendment zone change could be, as part of many possibilities, positioning themselves for that second tier, that urban reserve opportunity. Urban growth boundary amendments and urban reserve processes follow generally the same statutory priorities. So if you want to do an urban growth boundary amendment, one is first going to look at exception lands. That's the first priority. And if the need can't be met with all the exception lands in the study area, then you can go to resource zone land. And resource zone land, which is the lowest priority, is then based on unirrigated EFU or forest land, partially irrigated EFU, exclusive farm use zone property, or what we constitute commercial irrigation. So for urban reserves, it would work the same way. They would have a study area. The statutory priorities require them to look at exception lands, and if they can meet their need, in this case, potentially a 30-year need, if it can be met all within exception lands, that's what they would address their locational factors towards. So exception lands is a very favorable designation for both, but as noted for this particular application, it's not contiguous to the urban growth boundary. And so to the extent that an exception land positions them for kind of that second tier of growth management opportunities for the City of Bend, it could help them out tremendously.
Okay. Thank you.
To follow up on your second question, Commissioner Chang, in relation to the City of Bend's wastewater treatment facility, as Ms. Fancher pointed out, it's a huge property. It's approximately 1,300 acres, I want to say, somewhere in that range. The only real development associated with that property is the wastewater treatment facility, which is about a little bit more than a half a mile north of where both of these two subject properties fall. So you can actually see most of it is just kind of sagebrush and juniper, but there's kind of a squarely, what looks to be a relatively big industrial scale development for their wastewater facilities.
So on this map, is the wastewater treatment property, I see a little rectangle just to the northwest of the Swisher properties that's outlined, but then there's a much larger area that doesn't have any property lines within it. So does it include that little rectangle to the northwest, or is it just everything north of?
It's effectively everything north, yeah. So it's actually broken into two separate tax lots. I don't know the history behind why it's two separate tax lots, but both of those properties are owned by the City of Bend, and they're both associated with the wastewater treatment facility.
Okay, thank you.
Nick, yes.
The Chair, just a question. The person who called in to testify, Sharon didn't capture the name and the address, and since it was on Zoom, if that person can just quickly identify themselves for.
I wrote down Michael McCumber.
Michael McCumber, okay.
I mean, that was.
It might have been McConger?
Yes.
McComber, M-C-O-M-B-E-R.
Thank you.
Okay, and then just the address for the record for Sharon Keith would be great. Thank you.
Your address, please?
63220 Silvis Road.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I got the Silvis Road, not the number, so not very good. Okay, so Kyle, we could close the public record at this time and then do our standard, the 777 as you recommended?
Yeah, if you'd like to leave the written record open, staff would recommend the standard 777. So the first 7, which would end on February 9th, would be for any new evidence and testimony presented into the record. The second 7-day period would end on February 16th. That would be in a rebuttal period to address any of that new information that was entered during the first 7 days. And then finally, the third 7-day period would end on February 23rd. That would be afforded to just the applicant to provide final arguments. And all of those end at 4 p.m. on each of those requisite days in terms of submitting evidence.
I was interested in getting that water information, water kind of allowance information from Liz Fancher. So to the extent that we need to leave the record open for that, I would like to do that.
Sure.
Is that agreeable?
Yep, standard.
Okay, we can go with standard then. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you very much, commissioners. Yeah, and we'll schedule a date after all this is, this new information has been submitted and the open record period's been closed to schedule a deliberations date.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have our COVID update. I did see our healthcare team on, there they are. Okay, we're 12 minutes late. Sorry, Nahad. I tried.
We need access. Good morning, commissioners, and no worries. We just need access to the video, please. We've been blocked on our side.
Okay, we've got experts here in the room that will do that.
Great. Yes, thank you so much, commissioners. I'll just do a quick introductory and then hand it over to the experts on this call. My name is Nahad Sadrazudi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. Thank you, commissioners, for inviting us for this brief COVID update. Today's update will be, it seems like Rita is blocked, maybe Emily's blocked as well. So if we could unblock them, that would be great. Thank you. So today we'll have several colleagues giving the update, starting with Dr. Bacho, Rita Bacho, who's our Advancement and Protection Manager for Deschutes County Health Services. Emily Freeland and Crystal Solly are also with us. They are our supervisors within the COVID response and recovery team. And also we have Dr. Michael Johnson, who's a senior data scientist with St. Charles Health System. So with that said, I'll give the floor to Rita to get us started.
All right. Thank you, Nahad, for the introduction. You can move to the next slide. Thank you, Dr. Bacho. Hello?
I said thank you, Dr. Bacho, for your presentation.
You're welcome, Commissioner. Thank you for having us. As we all already know, infections with the most recently identified variant of COVID, which is the Omicron variant, has been increasing exponentially. And this is happening both nationally and as well as in Deschutes County. This has led to record numbers of daily COVID cases as well as hospitalizations. And this increase in cases and hospitalization is also is likely due to a combination of two main factors, one of which is increased transmissibility of the Omicron variant. The second factor that could be attributed to this is the ability of the Omicron variant to evade our immune system and evade past immunity that has been conferred to us by past infections or vaccinations. So the precise contribution, as we may well be aware of, is not well known yet, but is largely attributable to these two factors that I mentioned earlier on. Current data also suggests that immunity conferred by prior infection or vaccination is likely to be reduced with the Omicron variant compared with the Delta variant. However, there is also evidence that is suggesting that vaccinated people who are either boosted or who had a previous infection from COVID are likely to have a stronger protection against the Omicron variant than unvaccinated folks who have never been infected. And my colleague here, Dr. Mike Johnson, will talk more about these findings in his presentation. We also have data suggesting that although Omicron may be more transmissible or evasive to our immune system, infections with Omicron may be less severe than infections with prior variants like the Delta variant. And with all that being said, two of our biggest weapons still remains getting up to date on our vaccines and wearing masks indoors. Next slide, please. So in response to the emergence of the Omicron variant at the end of 2021, somewhere around November, December, and its increased transmissibility relative to the Delta variant or other previous variants, OHA provided new guidance for local public health authorities. And these guidance allow us to prioritize public health efforts for the benefit of people and communities at highest risk of COVID infections, especially with the Omicron variant. Currently, we have shifted our focus to interventions that have the greatest opportunity to reduce morbidity and mortality. Local public health authorities are no longer required to conduct universal case investigations and contact tracing. Instead, we are focusing our resources on investigating outbreaks and cases that are associated with high-risk individuals and high-consequence environments, such as long-term care facilities, adult foster homes, residential treatment centers, and homeless shelters. So OHA also initiated a case support team to expand statewide access to health education. They also provide case interviews and information on how to access support services. And so if you need any of these services, you can call OHA's line, which is 866-917-8881.
Dr. Bacho, Dr. Bacho, it's Commissioner Adair. I actually called the number this morning just to see how long it took him to answer, pressing line 2. And by 2 minutes, I was given, I was talking to someone who had been a contact tracer. They were very helpful, and they said that they sent people the CDC guidelines. So anyway, I was just checking to make sure that they were actually answering the phone, and it seemed to be working this morning.
Yeah, that's really good information, and that's good feedback, which we should probably give to them. Thank you so much for.
Well, I told him who I was when he said, and I said, well, I just want to make sure that when we tell people to call a phone number, that actually someone is answering it. So it was nice to hear the young man answering.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for trying it so that people don't call and not get the services that they desperately need. Yes. But then we also have our local hotline, which is 541-699-5109. And you can also call this hotline in case you run into any bottlenecks, or you especially for those who need wraparound services. OHA will still transfer you to our local hotline. So you could just call our local hotline if you know or you're absolutely sure that you would need wraparound services. And those wraparound services would include things like groceries, paying your utility bills or rent, or if you need a place to safely isolate, we provide all those services. So you can call our local line as well. We are also turning our focus more towards ensuring that we have adequate testing and vaccination sites in the community. We are also providing public information as well as education to the public. Our testing capacity has improved over the past couple of weeks with the at-home tests that have been distributed. Also, there's a drive-through testing now at the fairgrounds, but we do continue to dialogue about other ways that we can improve these services. And you can find a testing site by going to www.deschutes.org/COVID-19 testing. Our access to therapeutics still remains constrained, with our high-risk population still being prioritized for these limited resources. Next slide. And this is the last slide for me. Our goal as a local public health authority is to ensure that our most vulnerable population or our highest risk populations receive all the services they need in a timely manner. We continue to provide wraparound support. As I mentioned earlier on, we can provide a safe place for you to isolate if you don't have a place to isolate safely. We continue to do outreach and respond to outbreaks in high-risk settings such as congregate settings. We are currently one of only 8 counties that have more than 80% of our population vaccinated with at least 1 dose of COVID vaccine. Our hotline staff, as I mentioned earlier on, are doing a great job of providing the most up-to-date and accurate information on testing and vaccination to the general public. We also continue to strive to keep our hotline staff available 7 days a week to answer questions and or respond to voicemails in a timely manner. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier on, if you were to run into any bottlenecks calling OHA, you can definitely still have that option of calling our hotline. I'll now pass it on to Dr. Johnson, who will be providing medical systems updates for St. Charles. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Racho. Dr. Johnson?
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thanks for your time. I've really been looking forward to the talk this morning because I don't know if I can remember ever delivering any kind of good news to this forum, and I think that there is a strong hint of some good news that I'd love to pass on. What you're looking at here on this first slide is the predicted hospital numbers. These are not midnight census numbers, but patient throughput. There's a slight difference there, but you can see that the dotted line, which are the actual patient numbers, is declining at a fairly steep rate, and it's expected to continue that way. We've had on average 85 patients in a bed the past 2 weeks, and looking forward to the next 2 weeks, we expect that number to drop by 20 patients. So that's very good news.
That's excellent news.
I will say that
Dr. Johnson, didn't you say at one time you were projecting we were going to go up to 95? So to think that we hit 85, that's great.
Oh my goodness. You know, at one point, just a couple weeks ago, well, maybe 10 days ago, we were projecting to have as many as 130 patients in the hospital. So it has really come as a wonderful surprise, and I'll be the very first one to admit that I'm so glad that I was wrong. You know, there's just a lot of indicators that even now I'm a little bit perplexed. And I'll go into those on the next slide. Despite our case numbers, next slide, please. Despite our numbers still being, you know, nearly 4,000 positive cases in a 7-day period, we are starting to drop. Now, usually there's a pretty good lag between the peak of when we have the positive cases and the drop of the number of patients in our hospital. This time, these two curves have almost exactly coincided. And that's just, I mean, this is our 6th surge, and all 5 previous surges, that has, you know, it's been a different story. And another reason that I'm somewhat surprised is we almost always lag behind the more populated regions on the western side of the state. And we're actually ahead of them this time in our decline of this surge. I can't completely explain why, but there are a couple of reasons that I'd like to pass on. And next slide, please. One of those is, I mean, this is for Deschutes County, which is 80% of our Central Oregon population. And checking it this morning, it's actually 37% are boosted, and that's more than half of those who have one dose. So we have a good vaccination rate compared to the rest of the state. It's higher, but we have a considerably higher boosted rate by like 2-point-something%, almost 3%. So that's great, and that might be one of the things that's helping us like fight the trend. There's another reason. Next slide, please. This is survey data from Carnegie Mellon, and I shamelessly stole this slide from Dr. Peter Graven's presentation that he has posted on the OHA website. But the blue line is the mask wearing for Oregon, and the green line is what's been called the early Omicron states, primarily up in the Northeast, Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. But so those states, when it got really bad, began to wear masks at a higher rate. We have maintained that high mask wearing rate quite consistently, better than almost any state in the country. So pat on the back. And I think that some of the reason that we are seeing this benefit of the decline earlier than expected is because of our own behavior. And I can't emphasize enough how we have been quite successful at making this less painful than it could have been. Now, everything is relative. We still have a ways to go. And in 3 weeks, we're still expected to have over 40 patients in the hospital. But it's declining quickly. And we may have a bump in the road, we may have a shoulder and maybe even a tiny bump, but I don't think that there's anything out there that's going to cause us to reach those levels that we were just a week ago. I think we saw our peak on January 27th.
Dr. Johnson, quick question, just for clarity. So when we talk about patients in the hospital, we're talking about Region 7, correct? Not just Deschutes County?
Well, we are such a large proportion of Region 7 that basically what happens in Deschutes County happens in Region 7. But you are right that I'm only speaking from the numbers here at St. Charles. But we are 90+% of the hospital beds in the region, or right around 90% of the hospital beds for Region 7, I believe.
I'm just acknowledging, I mean, it's exciting for the whole region, too. We're talking, we are Deschutes County Commissions, but...
Sorry, I missed your point. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking 40, in a few weeks or whatever the number was, that is the region, too. It's not just Deschutes County.
Those are my predictions for hospital beds occupied at St. Charles.
Yep, understood.
Yeah, but relatively speaking, the trend that you see at St. Charles is the trend for Region 7, which includes 8 counties. Thank you. Lots of discussion about how effective the vaccine is, and you can see that in the month of January there was a 37% breakthrough rate, where those are vaccinated individuals that have actually been hospitalized. But that is only a part of the story. And, when you look out over how many lives we have saved and how many people we have kept out of the hospital up to this point has been tremendous. 93% of all the patients we've had in the hospital under 65 were not fully vaccinated. And I'm not talking about boosters. I'm just saying that 2 doses of Moderna or Pfizer or 1 dose of Johnson & Johnson. And even if you bring that down to 65, 78% of the patients over 65 and over are not fully vaccinated. So we have kept a lot of people out of the hospital, and those that are in the hospital are those with very compromised immune systems and typically considerably older. On average, 13 years older in the month of January. Next slide, please. And this kind of shows visually that, like, if you're 64 and under and you've been vaccinated, you essentially have protected yourself from hospitalization. I mean, there are some rare cases there, but you can see that they're well below 10%, and so that's just really good news. And to also keep in mind that being vaccinated does not just lessen your chance of being hospitalized, but it also reduces the viral load and the opportunity to spread it to others. Next slide, please. We'll get a little bit technical here, but if we break down by age group the length of stay in the hospital for those who are vaccinated and unvaccinated, you see this kind of a picture. And on the next slide, if we focus on this 65 to 84-year-old age group, these individuals being not fully vaccinated can expect to spend an extra 2 days in the hospital. And that is a result that is not that is very statistically significant. And for those of you that look for those kind of things, the p-value is 0.019. So the chance of this kind of difference happening by chance is like 2%. So this is a very significant result. And I don't know about you, but if I've been in the hospital for almost 7 days, when somebody says you're going to be here for another 2 days, that is very significant on the individual. So vaccination does help. Is it perfect? No, but it's definitely been worth our efforts. Next slide, please. I've really like the follow-on questions that have come my way as a result of the opportunity to talk with this particular group, and I welcome those questions. So here's my contact information if there are any questions that come up after this presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions now if there are any.
Dr. Johnson, I'm curious about that, the steep decline in cases that we are seeing, which is great news. My impression was that tail end of December, early January, we were also climbing faster than many other counties, maybe many of those urbanized counties. And I'm just wondering whether, basically I'm wondering whether a whole bunch of people traveling from other parts of the state to Central Oregon during the winter holidays kind of put us at the leading edge of the curve. Brought Omicron here, got a lot of people infected, and then, got us to the tail end of the Omicron wave faster.
Yeah, there are so many dynamics that are occurring. When you take a look at the correlation between the height of the Delta curve and the height of the following curve, there's a real relationship there. And so I think that played into it for some of our steep climbing. And we also had our Omicron and Delta overlapped more than I think in other areas of the state, where we weren't quite done with Delta and Omicron was already taking off. So we got a little bit of a double whammy there. So, I mean, there's just so many moving parts that it's difficult to do an exact cause and effect statement there. But you are correct in your observation that this went up steep, and it was because of the transmissibility, the lower time period from when you're infected to when you're hospitalized, if you are hospitalized. It has to do with a lot of things like that. So it's steep up, and thankfully it should be steep on the way back down. But that chart is a little bit deceiving because the timeline is so compressed. It looks super steep, but like I said, we're at 80 or so patients right now, and we'll be at 40, but it's going to take 3+ weeks to get there. So we're not out of the woods by any means as far as stress on the hospital system, but thankfully we're strongly moving in the right direction.
Dr. Johnson?
Mike?
It's Commissioner Adair. Yesterday's number was 66 in the hospital. I believe it dropped from 70, maybe the day before, and it was, so it's clearly been dropping, but that was the number yesterday reported. I can't pull up today's number yet.
Yeah, Commissioner Adair, you bring up a really good point. I'm doing all of my modeling on patient throughput, like how many patients occupy a bed during that calendar day. What you frequently see in the reports are how many patients were there on a midnight census. Now, the difference in those two numbers is how many patients did we discharge that day. That number varies tremendously. Yesterday, we discharged 11 patients. The day before that, we discharged 21. So that makes that midnight census number move around a lot. And I'm looking at the patient throughput, which gets rid of that other source of variability from how many discharges we do. And so that gives me a little stronger and more confident statements about trends and timing of those trends. And that particular number is what you saw on my previous chart, was patient throughput. So that is going to be different than the midnight census number, sometimes by a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Should we go on to our local data then?
Yeah, I just wanted to pause really quick and make sure, Nahad, did you want to add something before we moved on?
Just thanks, Emily. Just Commissioner Chang, one unsatisfactory comment to make here, unsatisfactory for both probably us and yourselves. For many months, because the number of cases were so high and we were in a surge modality, we actually, one thing that got compromised was quality of data that we were able to collect. So your question, which is very valid, we would have had a better chance to determine some of the driving factors for the question. And because of the compromise that we had to make in terms of our data collection, we really don't have good local data, as, by the way, other counties as well, because we just couldn't keep up with the cases. So it's partly a reflection of what happens during surge and the work that outweighs the capacity that we have. Over to Emily.
But Nahad, I was just going to bring up, now that people have their home tests, and I wonder how many of those home test numbers are actually reported. So, I think we've added another element to the numbers.
Yeah.
Sorry
for
the interruption.
That's a perfect segue into the next slide, which is talking about our average daily case counts and what we're seeing as far as kind of handling all these cases. So like Rita mentioned in the very first or second slide, I guess, we've definitely switched modalities from this. We're reaching out to every case that we can, which clearly for quite some time has not been every single case. And everybody didn't always pick up the phone either. But we've switched to more of this reach-in model where people are reaching in for help. I would just like to note that because our case numbers are still really high, right? So this week, our average daily cases was 413. And if we think back to like the spring of last year when we had our surge, I think our highest number was somewhere around 550 cases at that peak of that surge that we had last spring. So just in comparison, reaching out to all those cases would be nearly impossible.
Well, Morgan, that number wasn't on a daily basis, though, was it? Did we ever have average 500 cases a day? I mean, Omicron has been the worst numbers.
Yeah, the worst numbers were 500 for the entire week.
Right.
Our spring surge. Yeah. So for the whole week, it was like 550 cases. And now we're still averaging, even though our case numbers are down about 27% from last week, that's still over 400 cases per day, which is a significant amount. And like you mentioned also, we know that there's lots of cases that are not being reported because of this kind of switch in testing modality from testing everyone or encouraging everyone who has symptoms or has had an exposure to seek testing through a provider, which those are all reported, to potentially not encouraging all of that testing because our system was a little bit overwhelmed, as well as the rollout of many, many, many more home tests, including those free tests that you can order. And I think Crystal will talk a little bit more about those. So certainly our case rate per 100,000 is still really high. We had 1,400 cases per 100,000 population, which is still higher than the statewide average. And if you think about the follow-up that we do on these, if only a small percentage of those people are calling in and there's, you know, outbreaks associated with those cases, it's still a very high number of outbreaks that we're handling, cases we're handling, wraparound services of people that are requesting help. Those are still high numbers and our teams are still busy with that. It's just shifting from attempting to call everybody to handling the people that are calling in and saying, hey, I need help. Hey, I'm a long-term care facility and we're having this outbreak. What can we do? What should we do? How can you help us? So we've switched in that way, but our teams are still busy and we still have a lot of cases. Like Dr. Johnson mentioned, you know, the good news is that, and probably moving forward, a better metric about looking at how busy we are, because we know that there's all these variables we can't measure, like home tests and on and on and on the story goes, is hospitalizations. And that's a really good news that those hospitalizations are dropping, and we hope that that continues. So as far as testing updates, we are still running many tests. This week, the average daily test was about 1,600 tests were being run and reported per day. So again, we know that that's not every test that's run. There's lots of people running home tests. And then there's certain categories of places like schools that don't have to report negative tests. So those also aren't counted in these numbers. So the testing volume per 10,000 population this week was 591. And comparing that to the statewide average, 585 were slightly above that statewide average. Our test positivity was still really high at 26.9%. So moving on to vaccination and what those numbers look like, we kind of have three categories to look at here. The pediatric type doses, 17 and under, where about 47% have been vaccinated, which is, you know, it's moving in the right direction and continues to increase, although at a smaller pace than we saw clearly when we had that extreme demand when the pediatric doses were approved. The 18 to 64 were about 78% vaccinated, and 65 and older, almost everyone in our county is vaccinated. So if we look at race and ethnicity, the take-home message here is essentially that we have wide gaps in who is vaccinated and who's not, both by age, by race and ethnicity. There are different ways we could look at this, whether it's zip code or you know, other types of groups. The main take home here is that we still have work to do. So we want to make sure that all these groups of people have both access and information to make choices about their health. And we are continuing to do lots of outreach and work and vaccinations directly with these groups to make sure that they have that access when they choose to make that choice to get vaccinated. So as far as volume, our volumes are decreasing from those highs. And if we kind of overlaid over the top of this some different things like when boosters were approved, or when pediatric doses were approved, or when we had different resources in our community, we would see that there's, you know, some correlations there between how many people were getting vaccinated and when those things are approved. Right now, we're running about 10% of the vaccines, or over 10% of the vaccines in our county, which is something we want to do, is that assurance mechanism. So again, just to remind everyone, we have this kind of distributive model where we want people to be able to access vaccines from all the different places, pharmacies, their providers, and then we provide these clinics to increase access in certain communities, whether it be targeted vaccination clinics that we run for a certain, like, Latinx group at a market on a Thursday afternoon at lunchtime, or our standing clinics like the Clinic in Lapine, where we make sure we're there every week at the same time, in the same place with the same faces, or at least most of the same faces, so people are comfortable and they know they can expect us there and get their vaccine when they choose to do that. So now I'm going to pass it off to Crystal, and she's going to go a little bit more into some of those things I touched on, unless anyone has any questions about those numbers.
Thank you, Emily.
Great. All right. So to piggyback on what Emily just went through, vaccinations, what is available and where. And we continue to function through this distributed model. So primary care providers, pharmacies, other medical community partners like urgent cares, as well as the public health side of those standing clinics that are, like Emily mentioned, in Lapine and Sisters, you know, hoping to be that bedrock where people can know that they can come. We would encourage everyone to go to the Deschutes website, deschutes.org, and make sure that the clinic that they're planning to attend is indeed happening that day at those hours. We function a lot of our clinics with some really amazing local volunteers. And as such, sometimes those dates and times change, but for the most part, we are there. I would also encourage folks to continue to go, if they're looking for a vaccine in our community, to go to the www.centraloregoncovidvaccine.com site. Those are kind of a dumping repository for all of our community partners to put what they have available for vaccines and get that information out to the public. Next slide. Thanks, Emily. And then testing, again, what is available and where. And I think you'll see some repeats in here generally where you can find a vaccine, you may also likely find a test. So reaching out to your medical provider if you have one. We do have curative sites, 3 of them in Central Oregon. So both of the COCC campuses in Bend and Redmond and the Old Mill curative site. We would encourage people when they're looking at curative to go back several times throughout the day and look, because they do frequently add appointments if you're needing a test. And then urgent care and our Deschutes website. So an exciting development for us, the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center Clinic is now offering testing as well. There are some ways that you can prepare for that and make it a smoother transition. So we would encourage you, if you're looking for a test and going to go there, to go to our Deschutes.org COVID website first and make sure that you have all your pieces ready. And then for those in our community who haven't yet ordered their at-home rapid tests that are available from the government, we would encourage you to grab those, even if you're feeling great today. You never know when you might need that home test for a variety of reasons. So going to www.covidtest.gov to order those 4 free tests for each household. Next slide. And this is a reminder of the support service access that we have available in our community. So we've got that access to the OHA hotline for those sort of basic questions. I tested positive for COVID. Now what do I do? I don't have any comorbidities. I probably don't qualify for, therapeutics in the form of monoclonal antibodies. What do I do to isolate? For more of those complex COVID situations or to access local services, like Rita was talking about earlier, isolation motel, helping with isolating safely while you have COVID, then we'd encourage you to call our Deschutes County Public Information Line. Those hours are mimicking each other. So when the OHA hotline is open and they have someone from Deschutes County call who needs some of that extra service, they can transfer directly to us, and we'll get them connected to the services that they need. Just out of curiosity, Commissioner Adair, which number did you call?
The 866 number, 917.
Nice.
I wanted to call the
Love
state
it.
number. Right.
Yep. And
because the state doesn't answer the phone for reporting elder abuse and children's issues. I know they had problems. It was taking like 39 minutes for that service to be answered. So whenever the state takes it over, I always want to make sure that it's working.
Well, and I think that I completely agree with that. And there's, people who will tell you who are working our local hotline that I often call to see how that's going and approach it that way.
And thank them. I thanked him for answering the phone so promptly.
Yes, they do a lovely job, and it's not an easy one. You never know what kind of call you're going to get.
No, he said he'd been a contact tracer, so truly.
Wow. That is amazing. And then if anyone has questions that fall outside of those sort of testing, vaccine, buckets, we can usually address most of those frequently asked questions on our website. If not, people are absolutely encouraged to email health services at our standing email address or call the local COVID-19 vaccine hotline. And that's, I think, all for me, unless there's any questions.
Well, I do need to talk to my two commissioners before your presentation started today. Nahad said, do we want to do this once a month now? And I know we can't do it on February 16th, so 23rd is 3 weeks. So do we want to wait till, March 2nd?
So yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Let's maybe switch gears. It's an update of, infectious disease, which COVID is the big one that we're managing. I'd like to see staff in the room on here. It's been great. We've been able to really extend our video capabilities and, get everybody to participate. But yeah, it's about time to switch gears here. The health department has the authority and the experience to be able to, put out a press release or share information on their website. The media can follow it. So I was sitting here thinking, is somebody on the edge of their seat waiting for Deschutes County's 10 o'clock update on a Wednesday? Hopefully.
My mother, Commissioner.
Hopefully. What's that?
My mother.
Oh, well, yeah, no, my mom may be too, but I'm just saying, is this the thing that we should be doing as we're not, discussing?
So do we go then to?
So I guess I would like to say that I want to assure, I want to be confident that we are doing everything we can to promote vaccination in the community. And to the extent that we need to have regular check-ins at board meetings with health services to assure that, then at whatever frequency we need to do that, I'd like that to happen. There are two particular questions I wanted to ask before we wrapped up today. The first of which was, Emily identified that there were there are subpopulations in our community, be those by zip code, be those by ethnicity, where vaccination rates are not as high as they could be, and I want to be sure that we are doing the outreach, sharing the information, and making vaccination as accessible and easy as possible in those subpopulations. People can decide that they don't want the vaccine, but we should do everything we can to make it easy and clear for people that what the benefits are, how to get vaccinated, and bringing it to them. So the question that comes out of that is, do we have sufficient resources allocated for health services to be able to do that, to get the information out, do the outreach, and make it easy and accessible right now? If not, I want to I want to go back and revisit our ARPA dollar amounts and make sure that is in place. But we have the resources available to. So that health services can do that very important work.
I can maybe offer some thoughts on that, if it's okay.
Yes, Nahad.
Please.
Okay. So, and Commissioner Chang, if you could just bear with me for a minute, I'll certainly come to your question. What I'm thinking is that we might, as Mike Johnson just presented, we might have a period of maybe period of time for a month, I don't know, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, I have no idea, where we can somehow diffuse this pressure. And I think from my perspective and in my role as the director, I want to give some respite to my team because I don't know what's going to happen a month from now or a month and a half from now with this subvariant or something else that might come in the scene, or maybe nothing. I don't know, but it's I get paid to think of the worst case scenarios, and the well-being of my staff and teams is my priority, and then the community. So I'm just hoping to give them a bit of a break, breather for the next few weeks. But I am willing to make myself available to you anytime to promote any messages or to discuss any issues in the meantime. With regards to specifically Commissioner Chang, your question in terms of resources, we are working on our side through this transition period where we're changing strategies from containment to reducing hospital admissions and what have you. We're working to come up with different logical scenarios that we can then present to your good selves for you to consider in terms of what you think the priorities are and obviously the allocation of resources that would then follow. For the time being, for the coming week or two, we still have sufficient resources. We anticipate to come to the board for a request of a stopgap measure within the $2 million earmark, so that we can go another few weeks until we can really hone in on the different scenarios for the coming 3 to 4 months that then we would put before you to make some decisions. So I think for now, we, in terms of resources, we're doing okay. And then in terms of reaching out and making sure the different communities and groups hear the messages and have access to vaccination, at this point, frankly, the only way we can make a difference in increasing coverage is through micro-targeting or micro-planning. It's not going to be through broad media messages or through perhaps this platform, although it's very valuable to the general public. For those particular groups, it really needs to be more customized on an individual basis. And we continue to focus on that and hopefully make a dent into the disparities that we continue to observe. Right. So with that, I conclude my points. If you have any follow-ups or what have you, I welcome them.
So those micro-targeting efforts, Nahad, we are doing that, and are we doing that at a level that you feel is appropriate and sufficient?
Well, I'm biased. I'm never going to feel we're doing enough, right? But 2 years into this pandemic, I also have to be realistic and make sure that the marginal gains make sense in terms of also the marginal costs. Right. We will continue, Commissioner, to look for ways in which we can reach the various communities, whether rural communities or different ethnic communities or race or what have you. We will continue to find ways in which we can engage with them, give them a voice, give them decision-making power, and include them in this process. Is it ever enough? No. I don't know if it'll ever be enough. Right. We're not dealing with momentary issues here. We're dealing with systemic, historical matters that we're trying to overcome at this moment in time. So we have to be realistic in terms of our gaze.
Right. But the, I very much appreciate your weighing of marginal costs and marginal benefits. And I guess if we are doing that micro-targeting work at a level where it is having returns, where we're actually getting more people vaccinated, at a decent pace, then that as much as anything else, that's probably a good measure of whether we're doing it at the right level or not. So if those efforts, if we're not doing that micro-targeting with no results, then that's good to hear.
No, certainly the work that Shayna Falp and some of our team members are doing, especially with partnership with another vendor in Redmond and other places, we're getting 50, 60 very focused groups that get vaccinated, and 10, 15, 20% of them are getting first doses. So certainly there are gains, and the gains are not going to be at the population level, right? The gains are going to be at individual level, few here, few there. So we realize that achieving equity is going to be costly. Now, it's also going to be cost effective, but there is a cost associated with it. We're not shying away from it. We'll bring different options to this group, and you'll guide us on which direction we should take.
Thank you. I would like to say something. I just heard on the news that there have been over 40% of the people in our country have had heart issues in the last 2 years. Because Valentine's Day is coming up on the 14th, I really, truly want everyone to make an appointment. We're going to give you the month off, Nahad, so we won't meet again till March 2nd. I think that's really important for your team. It's been 2 years now. You've been here for 2 years, and I'm sure your mom is exhausted listening, like, oh my gosh, Nahad, don't you have something else to talk about? But truly, people, you need to go and make an appointment to see your physician and just get checked out. I mean, 40%, that is a huge number. Really and truly, it's the other health consequences that have happened because of COVID, because we've been focusing. And please make an appointment. If you can't get in this month, get in next month. But it's important. So.
Well, and I'd like to just step in. So advocating for the culture of safety. So we've had a statewide mask mandate. Dr. Johnson mentioned the masks. I'm seeing more and more people just disregarding, and I've always been a proponent of, if you want to wear a mask, please do wear a mask. The culture of safety, this is important, understanding the transmission. But as I say, now I'm in a spot, if we're not going to meet for another month, I'd like to, and we might talk about it as a board, are we ready to start to advocate to the governor to let us go from the mask mandate and promote the culture of safety if you want to wear a mask? Because think about it, it's in our society. If somebody wants to put a mask on and go to the store, let's advocate for that and let's not look down on it. But the longer we go about a mask mandate, the more we're going to get separated and upset with each other, the people that aren't wearing it and the people that want to wear it. So I'm saying let's be very productive and meaningful when we have masks in this state.
Well, and that's like, thank you for bringing in the KN95s. Several people in the room are wearing the KN95 now. I do feel it. It says on the box of the surgical mask, it doesn't stop a virus. So that's been my story for months. It's, if you're going to tell someone to wear a mask, and remember, originally we didn't have any masks in our country, and people started sewing. One of my friends made 500 masks that were cloth, and she says now, she goes, they said they weren't safe, but we brought them into our culture, cloth masks. And it's really, it's important if you're going to do something that you're going to do it where it's actually going to give you some protection. So anyway, thank you for the KN95s.
Just to be clear on mask information, there is a range of protection with masks. Masks that are not KN95s don't do nothing, but when we're dealing with something like the Omicron variant, this is so transmissible, a KN95 or N95 mask will provide a higher level of protection. But I really want to emphasize that other masks, fine cloth masks, surgical masks, they do something. They are valuable. So that the highest level protection comes from the KN95 or the N95, but there is a continuum of value provided by a whole range of masks. So I really hope that people do not think that if they don't wear a KN95 mask, they're not doing anything. So, and to go back to the discussion of promoting vaccination, the other thing I wanted to ask about is actually something that I don't necessarily think we need as intensive work from health services to advance, which is I want to return to the idea of the county providing a model in our community and providing vaccination incentives to employees. And I do think that this is probably work that would fall more heavily on the admin department and human resources than on health services. But, you know, the basic idea, again, would be that we could provide an incentive to employees for being vaccinated and insulating the county from potential loss of work days and potential costs of hospitalization. And that, in my mind, is worth providing employees with something like covering for a month or 2 months their premium, their health insurance premium copay. And I do believe that by modeling this approach to encouraging, incentivizing vaccination, not mandating it. We spent a few months kind of watching to see whether there were going to be mandates. There are not going to be mandates. But through incentivization, we can help to increase the vaccination levels, both within our workforce and within our broader community. So I'd like to put that back on the table.
So, that's a discussion amongst us, and what's the why there? Why would we do that?
We just heard, I thought Dr. Johnson's data was pretty compelling. Even in the worst week, when 36% of the people who were hospitalized, 37% of the people who were hospitalized were breakthrough cases. 80% of our population in our county is vaccinated, and they are still, even with the Omicron variant that produces these, that is able to break through. That 80% of the population is still less than 40%.
Well, but my point is, So
the goal is,
yes, we have statistics that show that there's an effect, and people have heard this information, and we've been in it for 2 years. People are making clear personal choices. So the why, from your point of view, is we're going to save society by incentivizing aggressively. I'm trying, the people that have not chosen to get a vaccine. So what's the why?
$100 or $200 of
yeah, but it crosses the line of personal responsibility.
Aggressively incentivizing.
It crosses the line of not asking. It's like, okay, well, we're going to really, really incentivize. It crosses a line for me.
And if people don't want to take the incentive, they don't have to. So why is that
I'm just saying, it's between the three of us at this point. You're throwing it out to the world, but you're asking 2 other commissioners to buy into this, and I'm not going to support that.
That is your choice.
Yeah.
It's our choice.
But that is.
It's called My Body, My Choice. Isn't that what I've been hearing for a long time?
So thanks for bringing it up,
It is my policy proposal. I want to put it out there.
Yep,
and if you want to indicate right now that you would not vote for that.
Well, that's why I'm point. I'm sitting here waiting patiently to complete this. I was going to try to go to a lunch thing, but my point is, and you're talking to the world, but you're really asking us, and I'm just acknowledging no.
Okay, with that, the meeting is adjourned until 1 a.m.
1 p.m.
Oh, no, let's wait till 1 a.m., guys. Give us a couple hours to cool off. Open up our afternoon session, please, with Senate Bill 391, that most important bill. Thank you, Tanya, for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. It's been a while since I've been in front of you, so hello. Yeah, so I'm here for, I hope you can hear me, it sounds a little echoey, to provide an update on the latest and greatest about Senate Bill 391, rural accessory dwelling units. It should be a fairly brief update. First of all, I'm going to just talk briefly about the kind of legislative matters pertaining to where Senate Bill 391 and Senate Bill 762, which is the wildfire bill, where they intersect or where they no longer intersect, and we are trying to get around that problem. I'm sure the board is aware of this already. There's been some emails flying around in the past, but I just want to make it, kind of put it out there and make it clear to the public, for anyone who's watching, just about the implications of that. Subsequently, I'll talk a little bit about how that affects the timeline for the adoption, and then just briefly follow up on kind of the progress of the other things we're working on about rural ADUs. So, as we've noted time and time again, Senate Bill 391 has a lot of wildfire criteria. And a lot of those wildfire criteria are contained in the newly passed Senate Bill 762. 762 was passed, I believe, a few weeks after 391. And they didn't quite talk to each other, unfortunately. And so we're really kind of parsing out what this is actually meaning on the ground for local implementation. In Senate Bill 391, one section requires that the lot or parcel and the ADU have to comply with the rules of the State Board of Forestry under ORS 477-015 to 477-061. And there's a subsequent reference to ADUs that are not subject to those ORS sections. Those sections of the ORS pertain to defensible space standards and the administration of them. The State Board of Forestry previously kind of was responsible for administering those, defining the WUI, a lot of those things. The problem lies in 762, which is, as you know, an omnibus wildfire bill that covers kind of pages and pages of everything to do with wildfire. This rewrote those sections that changed the responsibility for the administration and the requirements for defensible space. It's now the state fire marshal. And it created some timelines in terms of establishing new standards and requirements. But in doing so, it actually deleted those parts of code that Senate Bill 391 refers to. So they refer to this ORS 477. Those are blank pages now. Those don't exist, which is, as I was in a conference yesterday with somebody talking about kind of legislative matters, and I believe that they talked about the carnage of the legislative session and how quickly everything moves, and sometimes stuff like this just happens. So our hopes are that in the short session upcoming, which started, I believe, yesterday, that there will be a patch. It is apparent that obviously the intent of 391 is to have defensible space standards, but without a direct reference to it, it's not really enforceable. It could be legally vulnerable, so it kind of puts the county or anyone who wants to administer or utilize Senate Bill 391 in a tricky position. So we're hoping that this legislative session, there will be a patch that just reinstalls that reference to the correct part of Senate Bill 762, rather than that deleted section of the ORS. I don't know if there's been any updates on that in the last 24 to 48 hours, but our hope is that that's going to continue to move forward, and that will, I'm not exactly sure what bill that's going to be in, but it's definitely being tracked. So that's where we are with that. We were hoping that there might be some sort of interim solution until that, because it is referring to a timeline that is prescribed in 762. In other words, the defensible space standards need to be set by the end of December 2022, the end of this year, which obviously extends the timeline a bit for rural ADUs. We were hoping that there could be some sort of interim solution, some set of standards to be used for that several months, but it was told to us that this would not be possible. So we do have to wait for that to be implemented. And of course, because Deschutes County is the first county going down this road, we're forging the path. So we're the ones who are the leaders, and then unfortunately that does mean a delay to the timeline. And we had brought this up to DLCD and the governor's office, and this was essentially the first they kind of realized it, to my knowledge. And Peter was the one who had these conversations, but I think once people started looking closely at the language, they thought, oh yeah, this is a problem. So we're really looking forward to a fix so that this can all move forward.
So short sessions were made to fix problems in a timely manner. But it's not going to happen, it sounds like, huh?
Well, I think the anticipation is that it will be fixed in the short session, as far as I know. Right.
But I guess I'm referencing the time frame between June to December. The bottom line is it's still not, we're not going to be able to proceed.
Well, unfortunately, the fix is what actually officially links it to that December deadline. Otherwise, there's no deadline because there's no standards that it's referring to. So it's an unfortunate situation, but we're, it's kind of out of local hands, and we're just going to roll with it as best we can and do what we can on the staff side to keep things moving on our side. And, I look forward to updates how that short session is going about that patch. So I'm going to briefly go about explaining the timeline as it pertains to the intersection of 762 and 391. As you probably are aware, statewide wildfire maps have to be completed by June 30th. We've kind of referred to this in the past when we were talking about rural ADUs. By October 1st, the new building code, otherwise known as R327, will be adopted. It won't be applied yet, it'll just be adopted. Then by December 31st, this is assuming this patch goes through, the minimum defensible space requirements will be established, and Senate Bill 391 will officially point to that. And lastly, the amended building code standards R327 become effective or operative by April 1st, 2023. And I've informed that that's fairly standard. You adopt it, and then 6 months later it becomes effective. It lets building professionals and people kind of know what to expect and how to implement it. So that does delay things a bit. However, we do think that the building code timeline shouldn't adversely affect the rest of the timeline. Assuming that the defensible space matters are sorted out at the state level by the end of December, there will be some coordination required after that to just figure out how to translate that locally, how to implement it, make sure we're all on the same page. And then we'll initiate the legislative process, knowing that that building code will come online in April. So we think that that should kind of actually work out nicely in terms of how the hearings and the work sessions all pan out over those early months of 2023. And so the hopeful thing is that we will have an effective date of April 1st, 2023 for rural ADUs. The bright side of that is that the building code, while it seems like that's kind of the last point, people will know what's expected of them as of October in terms of building code requirements. So they can be poised and ready to go for when these amendments are effective. So that's a little bit about the timeline. And then I'll just briefly finish up with a statement of where we're going. As you know, that's the wildfire state level track of things that's moving. We have the local things that we're working on as staff that we've been working on. We're going to continue to do so for a little bit. Come back to the board in about 4 to 6 weeks with just a draft, a point-in-time draft to just show where we're at with kind of the options that we've discussed in the past. And then we're going to take a pause while we wait for the state level stuff to be sorted out. So we'll have it in a position that's ready to go. We can, of course, tinker with it if something comes up, but we can devote staff time to other long-range projects. And then we'll be ready to go when those state level things shake out. So we'll come back to you once more, just leave something just to have something to refer to, and then we'll come back. And so then hopefully the process will be able to be initiated pretty seamlessly once everything's ready from the state level. So that's my brief update on Senate Bill 391 and 762. I'm happy.
So you're talking about coming back like March 15th or somewhere in that?
I'm sorry?
Like you're coming back March 15th and you'll?
Yeah, 4 to 6 weeks probably.
Yeah, and you'll kind of let us know where we are, and then you can pause and work on something else.
Exactly.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Because I know there's a lot going on, so.
There is.
So Tanya, I'm not 100% clear here. We were waiting for the R327 building codes no matter what.
Yes, this is not changed by the legislative patch. We were unclear in the very beginning, to be perfectly honest, on if that would apply, or if we could just use the building code that's in place at the time. And it was determined that we do need to wait for R327, because the intent is that it's, let's see, the accessory dwelling unit complies with the Oregon Residential Specialty Code relating to wildfire hazard mitigation for the mapped area. So that doesn't really exist right now, essentially. So the interpretation is that we do need to wait for that R327.
Okay. So the kind of the limbo for the defensible space requirements, I mean, while it's stressful, we were still waiting for the R327 codes.
There's still, yes.
No matter what. Okay.
There's additional limbo. There's multiple subsets of limbo, and that is correct. So it's just, there's a little bit of uncertainty about that legislative patch. We just hope it's going to happen and be pretty simple and straightforward. We'll have to circle back if that gets derailed for any reason, and see what the interim solution could be. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it, I think.
Thank you.
So the sad news, nothing is going to happen this year as far as ADUs in Deschutes County.
As far as being able to actually apply for them and build them.
Okay.
That's correct. And I have been, I receive lots of inquiries all the time, and I've been making that very clear to people, and people are generally understanding, and we're, going to make all of our communications very, very clear so that people know what's going on and when.
Okay. But you are telling people if they're thinking about buying like an MUA or RR10 lot, that they could actually, over 2 acres, they could actually, at some point in the future, build an ADU with their house.
I'm telling them, I'm not telling them 100% that they can, because, that is not.
Right, we still haven't gotten
giving them
through
the
all those little
criteria.
details.
Yeah, we have the criteria, we have the language in the actual Senate Bill 391. We have kind of the basic stuff that doesn't really need interpretation in many cases. And then trying to make it very clear of what is still kind of up for discussion, the interpretation of the distance, the interpretation of the size. We're making it clear to people that they're going to have septic evaluations, because it could be, so this will help people plan financially and just kind of project management wise of what they're actually going to need to do. So we're trying to make it as clear as possible while recognizing that some of it is not yet clear, if that makes sense.
Yes. Transparency as best we can.
Exactly.
Thank you. Any questions?
So just acknowledging the exciting topic of distance from primary dwelling, I had some discussions with a few people, and it was pointed out that, back in the day, it was somebody's comment, we used to build the big shop with an interior apartment for the these were rural recreational lots that weren't primary dwellings for some people, and they were permitted structures. So you take a big square shop box garage and you build an apartment inside, or you build the apartment outside that same type structure. So those are just two examples of development that has happened on those, as I say, rural recreational lots back in the day. Which got me to the concept of, I see, there's this apartment, it's either inside or outside a shop, if you think of a shop, because that was what I was excited about. But then, so I'm just thinking, I'd request that the code reflect an option for us to discuss that says the living space of, a development is within 100 feet, referring to if it was a garage shop type building and it had a 900 square foot apartment built into it, that apartment footprint is within 100 feet, and maybe the shop is a little bit farther away. So just kind of a concept.
No, that's super helpful, and I think our intent will be, in general, once this gets more legs, is to kind of hash out the types of ADUs that could exist, form-wise, is it not just necessarily this thing sitting on its own, and kind of acknowledging what it can and what it cannot be.
And that's just down the path of that shop scenario. But it was just interesting. I mentioned it to somebody, like, oh, what about this? What about that? I'm like, oh, interesting. But then, as I say, just if somebody's going to build a, 50 by 70, whatever, some big old thing, and they want to put an apartment in it, which has been done pretty regularly around in the southern Deschutes area, that apartment be required to be in that 100-foot footprint, but maybe not the whole footprint of the whole building. But there can be all kinds of other small homes, tiny homes, garage, house combos, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of permutations.
Yep.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, I just wanted to say there may be a legislative lesson learned for us in the county from this whole situation, which is we as a county really did not engage proactively with SB 762. I mean, this is like a profoundly important statewide bill to address wildfire risk to our communities, which is an extremely important issue to Deschutes County, and we didn't, we kind of tracked it at a distance. We didn't weigh in. I weighed in individually on certain aspects of it, but if we had recognized that it was an extremely important bill to the state, recognized that it was an opportunity for us to accomplish some of the important, community wildfire protection goals that we had, and more proactively engaged with it, some of these things that we need to happen, conceivably, we could have asked for more compressed timelines on. We could have helped to shape the legislation so that it was more conducive and compatible to our goals in SB 391, and maybe we could be getting to those rural ADUs faster. So I just think, hindsight is 20/20, but as we look forward to future legislative sessions, things that are going to have really important impacts and consequences and benefits for us, I'd like us to look more proactively at and more actively engage in.
For us, it was an interesting kind of window, at least for me personally, into kind of the legislative process and how, all these things apply to the county, but they're not necessarily talking to each other, these two bills. So that can be, interesting once you actually start parsing it and saying, okay, well, this refers to this, but wait, it doesn't. And, it's an interesting lesson about how the sausage gets made.
Yeah, I mean, I know Ed was, Ed carefully reviewed SB 762 with a, wildfire protection perspective, but, there are implications that if we had made this bill a bigger focus for the county as a whole, maybe we could have connected some dots sooner. But.
Okay, well, thank you, Tanya.
Thank you very much.
Should we go, is the judge going to be available at this moment, or is he not available till 1:30?
That's a good question. Well, we can ask Stephanie if Judge Fadley's available.
Okay.
I understand that Sharon Keith coordinated with Judge Fadley, so she's maybe coming on now to share information.
Sharon.
So, Judge Fadley did anticipate he was going to be present in person today, so he's probably running a tad bit late.
Well, we're early.
We're early. Yeah. So we can, Laura, do you want to start then with your presentation?
Okay, yeah, we'll just get started on that a little.
Thank you, Sharon.
Happy to take a pause whenever Judge Fadley comes in. Thank you, Laura Skundrick, Administrative Services. So each quarter, the Board of Commissioners reviews applications submitted to the Deschutes County Discretionary Grant Program and makes awards accordingly. Today, the board will consider requests made for activities to take place beginning on or about the third quarter of fiscal year 22. So if the board would like, I'm happy to start at the top of our list here. Oh, thank you. Uh-oh.
Great.
Make it a little bigger. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so starting with Boys and Girls Club of Bend, they are requesting $2,000. This would pay for materials and installation for a fence to create a safe space where their HVAC is located. They have found hazardous materials out there due to some houseless individuals in that area, and so this grant would also help them to clean that up.
You can put me down for 700.
700, okay.
And I'll do 500.
500 and 700 gets us to 1,200. Could you put me down for 600?
A little bit of everything.
Okay, there we go. All right, next up is Cascades Theatrical Company. They are requesting $3,000 for their new teen musical production where teens act and produce a theatrical performance. So these funds would pay for music and royalty rights for that performance.
And I did notice that they have a very, very good treasurer in their group. Did you see that?
Good what? I'm sorry.
A treasurer. Their treasurer is probably one of the most outstanding treasurers in the county, I do believe, so.
Also a former past president of that organization.
Okay, all right. Well, I know, Dave, I thought that was really lovely. I will do 500.
Please put me down for 600.
500 for myself.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Clear Alliance. They're requesting $2,000. Funds would help them to update their website with a learning management system, which would help them better track student attendance and evaluate the success of their courses.
And you notice that Sergeant Kent Vanderkamp is on their board of directors from Deschutes County. So I can do 500.
It's a 500 day so far for me.
Well, I'm on a budget today.
Well, yeah, I mean, I always want to show some support, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I've asked a couple of times for kind of methods to evaluate the impact and effectiveness of their work, and I haven't seen it yet. I appreciate that this website will possibly help them track, who has viewed their information, and how many times. But that doesn't necessarily get me to, does that lead to any behavior change? So I'd like to see more methodology to evaluate the impact of their work before I put in large amounts. So put me down for 100.
Okay. I'm happy to share that feedback with them. I have shared your feedback in the past, so.
Thank you. When we bring health services in here to try to understand how they're affecting people's behavior or improving health outcomes, I grill them about how they're going to measure the effectiveness of their work. And I know we're talking about smaller amounts of money, but I'd still like to see the same kind of approach.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Oh. So do you want to do one more and then we'll take a pause? Laura, do you mind? Sure. Be respectful of the judge's time. And he's timely.
Right, okay, so next up, Council on Aging, they are requesting $3,640. These would help offset the printing costs for their new project. They are providing activity packets for mental stimulation for older adults in partnership with the Deschutes Public Library. They've been doing this for a couple months now and have received positive feedback. They are focusing on older adults who have been homebound or isolated due to the pandemic.
I'm back to the $700 number.
700.
A little bit for everybody. Well, we'll see if it's for everybody. But
700 for me too, please.
Okay.
And I'll do 300.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Laura, do you think it would be okay if we took a break then?
Absolutely. I will save that and pause.
Great. So we'll be at the equine outreach will be our next one. Oh boy. Okay. Judge Fadley, are you ready? We are. Thank you so much. We're glad the traffic wasn't bad today.
Actually, I was in town for something else, so thank you for fitting into my schedule.
Oh, good.
Well, it's great to see you in person. It's been a while.
It has, hasn't it?
Yep.
It's great to be here. Chair, dear members of the Commission. Commissioner Chang had some questions about our operation after he saw one of our monthly reports. And so I'm here to answer questions about what's going on or talk to you about what you'd like to know about. I hope that you got my little one-page summary of that went over the last 3 years of our ticket filings and revenues.
I may have received it. I don't have it with me today.
I don't think I got it.
Yeah, so we may want to take a moment, yeah.
Yes. Do you have extra copies?
I do.
Oh,
That was
great.
really good. The last 3 years, okay. So we can see a real difference from 19, 20, 21.
So one of the things we can start off with is just the operations, the fact that you're operating in Redmond and Lapine, and do you have a setup in Sisters? Yeah, so just the basics of the multiple courtrooms.
Well, our headquarters is in Redmond. We have court there on Mondays and Monday mornings and Monday evenings and Wednesday mornings. And then we rotate monthly, having a Wednesday 5 o'clock session, 1 month in Lapine and 1 month in Sisters. And I think that the deputies and they'll side into the court that's the most convenient for the citizen. At least that's what they tell me they do, and that seems to be the case. And of course, as somebody from out of town, it's just if a Lapine deputy gives them a ticket, they end up there. We meet. We have our courtroom is in the Redmond City Council chambers, and in Sisters, it's in the Sisters City Council chambers, and then we're in the South County building in that room there. We're in Lapine. And we didn't go to Lapine, we just started going back to Lapine, I think about 6 months ago. And Sisters. Sisters, the city hall was closed, and when that opened back up, we went ahead and started going there. And then in Lapine, it was just a matter of when we felt that it was more comfortable and we had a handle on the numbers.
Yep, great. Well, thank you very much. As I said, I wasn't sure about Sisters. I guess I hadn't really, because I've seen the operation in both Lapine and in Redmond, and then I maybe knew about Sisters, but I wasn't sure if it was the city council chambers or not. But that's great. Thank you for getting around the county.
Well, that's kind of that's a justice court thing.
Yep.
That's they've always done that for justice court, and I think it's really a part of our value.
Well, now we have a relationship with the sheriff's office in Sisters and Lapine. So I don't know if that, I don't know if they're specifically citing people differently because they have that presence, the patterns, but there's just that next deputy in Sisters and now in Lapine too.
Yeah, and we're seeing more tickets in Sisters than we used to. Public safety there is a big, it's got a lot of traction politically until the locals start getting tickets, of course. But they're really appreciative of the sheriff's presence there, and they're really doing a good job, and they're doing who's ever running whatever deputy is running the place out there really knows what he's doing.
Lieutenant Davis, I believe, Chad Davis.
Great.
He was on a homeless call with me last night, Lieutenant Chad Davis.
That's who it is, yeah. Yeah, he's...
and he lives right there in town, I believe.
Yes.
When you say it's SC revenue, what does that mean?
Small claims.
Okay.
So the FY 1920 is the year before COVID. And so then 2021 is when COVID started in March of 20. And so that was a full year of COVID. And then the current fiscal year is, we're still dealing with COVID, but, in March of 2020, everything shut down. And the ticket volume went down because, of course, law enforcement was doing other things besides writing tickets, and rightfully so. But we kept the court open through the entire period, and we were able to handle the numbers. And even though Redmond City Hall was closed, we still had access to the city council chambers through a separate door. And, so far it's worked out. In FY 19-20, we were very close to paying for ourselves that year. And then, of course, the next year when our ticket volume went down, then the revenue went down, and we were also hit with legislation that removed the incentive to comply with your traffic sanction obligations of having your driver's license suspended. And so the little blurb at the very bottom is what we estimate to be our revenue impact of not having the sanction or the incentive of keeping your driver's license valid to, as an incentive to pay your fines, not having that anymore. And we figured that at about $12,000 a month less revenue we're seeing because of that. So our ticket volume is about up to where it was, where we were almost in the black now. And even though we think it's $120,000 a year is what we're not getting because of the driving while suspended legislation, we've been able to about cut the impact of that in half as far as our bottom line. And so if it wasn't for that, we'd be back to, not costing the county any money. But we're not $120,000 away. We're about $63,000 away.
And Judge Fadley, when we were going through our budget committee, hearings, at the beginning of the fiscal year or just before the beginning of the fiscal year, the question did come up, how many of the people that are responding to violations to your court are people who are not local, who don't live in Deschutes County, and that my impression is it's a significant amount, and that in my mind is a good justification for us to use transient room tax revenues to kind of fill the gap or make your department whole or make your office whole. So could you review those statistics for us, or if you have them, or just give us a general ballpark sense?
Yeah, I don't know that today, and I don't know whether it's something that's easily accessed from the data that we have. It is something that we could keep track of going forward, but I'll get back to you on that, what we've got and how we might be able to find that out.
Okay. Yeah, and really just a course estimate, ballpark guess, are we talking 20%? Are we talking 40%? That would be helpful, just as a starting point, and you could fill us in with actual data later on, but just to understand what kind of impact tourists, visitors have on the workflow of your office.
Understood. Okay.
Thank you.
And do.
And I'm just wondering, did all the files get transferred? I know that was a project that was being worked on in 19. I wasn't sure if it got done before COVID hit.
Yeah, it wasn't, what we were doing was going through all the files and purging the ones that were old enough, and then archiving the rest. And the answer to your question is yes, that happened. That we did get that done.
Okay, good. Mr. Devon, did you have anything other?
I don't have anything else. As I say, it's good to see it and remember, remind ourselves we're providing this service to the community. As I say, a speeding ticket down a urban core of one of our small cities is a standard maybe violation, but also the small claims and other work you do in that office is very valuable to our community.
And, I think things like holding court where the citizen lives and doing it so they don't have to miss work is also something that, circuit court does not do. And that's not a criticism, they just can't do it. But we can, and so somebody who doesn't have a driver's license doesn't have to drive to get to court. And our philosophy towards people in that sort of situation is always to first ask them, well, what's your plan to get your license back? And if there's a possibility that they could get it back in 3 or 4 months or something like that, I'm not going to fine them if they get their license back, because I want them to use that money to get their license back. And I see a lot of, you've heard this spiel from me before, Commissioner. You see a lot of people that when they were younger, they just made a little hole that they didn't pay attention to, became a big hole. And now they've got a kid and they've got a job and they need that driver's license and there's no bus. And so I'm just telling everybody this, even though it's not a question that you asked, because this, the way the legislature went about trying to fix that problem is really just not helping at all. And the courts were cognizant of it, and we were trying to do something about it. And I wish they'd had asked us before they decided what the problem was and how to remedy it.
If I could ask a follow-up question on that. So, I mean, I greatly appreciate the philosophy that you follow in implementing the decisions of and the decisions and the treatment of people who've committed crimes in your court. And I guess I'm wondering if you could, you sort of gave us a qualitative explanation just now, but could you quantify or assign any kinds of numbers to we are able to help people who are in very tenuous positions, get back on track and stabilize their lives or get off on the right foot. That you had a certain ability to do that before, and now that that sanction of license-related sanction has been kind of dented or impacted. Like how much does that reduce your ability to help people get off on the right foot or get back on track?
Well, the legislation was prospective, and so that it was from that date forward that you couldn't, if somebody got a speeding ticket in 2020 and didn't pay their fine, you couldn't suspend their driver's license. But I'm dealing with people who haven't had licenses for years. And so if their license was already suspended for something, then I'm able to help that person. And the other folks, at that point, they don't care about their license. But I have driving while suspended. Driving while suspended is at least a third of the tickets that I see, at least a third. And so there's still an awful lot of people out there. The DMV told us at one of our judge conferences that they send out 400,000 driver's license suspension notices a year in Oregon. What do we have, 4 million people in here, and maybe half of them are licensed drivers? 10% of the people, or the drivers at least, are getting their license suspended every year. So it's a real issue, and of course a lot of them are just repeat offenders. But it's still something that we can still do some good with here, and just as far as the rest of it goes, you've seen that people just aren't paying their tickets, but that's going forward. There's still plenty of folks that we can help.
But it'll probably get worse as the people who.
It is.
As the number of people who are post whatever that date was in 2020 increases.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So, fun story, reminder, just came to mind. Many years ago, I drove to the DMV, so this wasn't the court at least, but the DMV to, get my license renewed because it had expired. And the person said, you can't drive here with an expired license. Or I needed a driver's test maybe, but you can't do that. So they sent me home, and I'm like, oh, okay, and it wasn't a good spot to walk. So I drove home with an expired license to go get a friend who drove me back to the DMV so I could take my driver's test. But just classic situation, we end up. But, you mentioned that, you're not motivated to take people's license away if they're working towards the right thing and understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I know if it's time to renew your license, it's a really good idea to do it. My husband was trying to do that yesterday, and I think he didn't have enough time. And anyway, it's always good because don't wait till the last minute.
And don't drive in with a
do not do that.
Back in the day.
And the test definitely, I love it how when you take your DMV test and they tell you how many you've missed, and if you miss any more, you're going to flunk. I mean, it's like nothing like making one even more nervous. So anyway, maybe they could change the way they do the test, make it positive, like, oh my gosh, you're doing just fine, Like, maybe we should pass that on to the DMV.
Well, everybody has their license expire on. I mean, it's good for 10 years. You don't look at it every time you have a birthday, maybe the first 4 or 5 years, but, so that's just how it is. And that test is a lot harder. I couldn't pass that test now.
It's really hard.
Look out.
No, I couldn't believe how hard it was. I had to turn down the tennis and actually read the book because a lot of little innuendos. So, but they did have one question that I was told by the woman at the bank that flunked it 6 times. It was about if you go buy a horse and they have their hand up, and that question was actually on my test. So I got that one right. Yeah, like what are you supposed to do? Slow down. So.
I didn't know that.
I know, I think they put their left hand up to tell you that they're on a spooky horse.
Okay. Good to know out here.
Yeah, it is truly good to know.
I haven't seen that ticket yet.
Really?
Passing of a horse or something like that.
Okay, well, we don't want to share that one, but anyway. I know, I felt so badly. The lady that flunked it 6 times said they finally just let her pass it.
Mm-mm.
I'm like, okay. Some people test better than others, so. Any other questions, then?
Well,
Nick?
I just want to say it's been almost 5 months since I visited with you in your office, and I was just so impressed with your operations, your staff, your team, your philosophy. That's not my place to judge, but I was impressed with it. It was a great orientation. It's great to see you again. I can't believe it's been almost 5 months, but I think what a great update, and it's really valuable. Thank you.
Well, thanks, and thanks for inviting me. And I do have a super staff. They're Justice Court's greatest asset. Okay. All right. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay, Laura, back to the horses.
Speaking of horses.
Yes. Okay. Wow.
Great transition.
I know. Silly.
All right, so let's get to Equine Outreach is requesting $2,000. This would help to cover their training materials, handouts, and set up for their volunteer training, T-shirts for volunteers, and then 2 expert speakers for training sessions, including promotion of the events and their setup.
So I'll do $300. I might buy a ton of hay. They weren't talking about buying hay and how expensive it is, but I appreciate what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
We have helped them in 20 and 19. They forgot to ask us in 21.
Right.
Okay, so.
I'll do 300 also. I mean, that's a good amount to get something going.
So do we want to go to Healthy Beginnings next, then?
I put in 100.
100, okay, thank you. Healthy Beginnings, they are requesting $1,405. This would help to support 2 community-based screenings in Redmond. They estimate that they would reach about 40 to 45 children who would receive these free health and developmental assessments, and then as also the follow-up with their families and referrals if needed.
$500.
Okay.
Now I'm going to see how many times I can do 500.
And I'm doing 300.
500 for me, please.
Okay. Y'all came prepared today. Next up is High Desert Chamber Music. They are requesting $1,500 for their pop-up concert series during the summer. They bring free live classical music into public outdoor settings. So the funds would cover promotional fees, administrative costs, and performance fees.
So this really sounds like a, kind of a put a smile on your face fun event. I'd like to be there when, it's amazing seeing live music like that. It's always fun. So it looks like, was there a subset of kind of music or arts and culture related items that came our way this time? Then did they just miss the last arts and culture review, do you think? I mean, is there any trend, because there's like 3 of them or 4 of them, Cascades, High Desert Chamber. I guess maybe those 2, I guess, because then the Sagebrush Arts Society.
Applied to arts and culture.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I hadn't heard from them through the arts and culture process. I did reach out to those previous grantees.
They just heard about it.
They knew about it.
Yeah.
I'll do 300.
Me too.
3 is the number today for that one. There you go. 369.
Perfect. Next up is Holy Trinity Community Outreach, requesting $2,000 for the Care and Share Community Outreach Program, which provides boxes of nutritious food on a monthly basis to individuals and families residing in Sun River and La Pine areas. These funds would supply about 80 of those boxes, which is almost 1 month's worth of food boxes for this program.
Well, it's great they showed the finances, the organization, a little bit of balance of what's going on. So I'm supportive of 300. I'm sure anything's going to be good there.
Of course.
And I will do 300 also.
Me too.
Okay. Thank you. La Pine Senior Citizens is requesting $3,000 for their Feed a Senior program. They offer 3 nutritious lunches 3 days a week, dine-in or takeout. These funds would provide about 750 meals, which is just over half of their typical 1,400 meals per month.
And they don't have to be a senior, correct?
That's right.
I thought that was really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to do 500.
600, please.
Okay.
And I'll do 700.
Thank you. Next up is the Sagebrushers Art Society. They are requesting $2,000 to support the replacement of their failing 40-year-old gas furnace with a heat pump system that's reliable, providing environmental and economical improvements to the facility. You may remember that they were awarded $2,000 from our Arts and Culture Grant Program this year for this same project, and they did account for that in their project budget in their application.
Well, I think we've seen this before.
Yes.
The same one.
Yes, the
Yeah.
Arts and Culture.
But I mean, for the heating is what I'm
Yes,
referring
exactly.
to. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
Same project.
Exact project, okay.
And it's getting.
Because I knew, I had seen the name before, I'm thinking, yeah, and the heater.
Yeah, that was $2,000. Yeah.
And if it's like everything else that we're buying in the world, it's more expensive. I'll do 300. Hopefully I get them over the.
300.
I felt pretty good about the earlier allocation of the arts and culture. I'll
Great.
hold on this one.
So then we have Shepherd's House Ministries requesting $2,000 to go toward purchasing a used 15-passenger van to help transport those experiencing houselessness from camps to shelters and other services. The van, they would plan to operate it daily and estimate they would transport hundreds of people each month who struggle with access to transportation and care.
I'll do 500.
So I'm going to stand by on that one. Yeah.
700, please.
Then we have Shriponya, which is requesting $2,500. They are a new organization to us. These funds would help support the School of Recovery, which is a transformational program for students to dive deeper into their spirituality and recovery from addiction. I did speak with Jennifer because this program is currently in process, but she confirmed that the funds would always be helpful. So.
500.
I'll do 300.
This is another situation where I'd really like to understand, their evaluation methods and their metrics for how they're doing.
Okay, I'm happy to pass that on. All right, and then we have Sun River Stars Community Theater requesting $1,000 to help support their upgrade to a better portable sound system. They've been using one that was acquired from a theater that closed, and they also have not had enough microphones for their actors. So this purchase and implementation with other equipment they will acquire is planned to take place over several future phases, as you saw in the application.
I'll do 350. But we'll see what you guys do. I might.
I'm doing 300.
Okay, yeah. So I wondered if
300.
There you go. So that gets them real close right there.
And definitely, we're supposed to be using different microphones, so.
Well, so put me at 400 then, and we'll give them the complete.
We'll get there. That's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm kind of flexible on this because it's not a big ask. Good.
Great, thank you. And then for our fundraising requests, we start out with Jericho Road. They're requesting $1,000 to help cover the costs of promoting their benefit golf tournament, which raises funds that supports their programs throughout the year. These programs include free meals, weekend food for students, homeless camp outreach, emergency assistance, and rental assistance. And last year they were able to raise $25,000 at the same event.
Oh, and I do have, they did just get their shower truck in, their brand new shower truck today.
Oh, great.
I heard from Don Senecal this afternoon. So I donated, I got shampoo supplies, conditioner, and for, small packets. And anyway, and then I did some other things too. Anyway, I went like, wow, let's do some help. So yeah, they're hoping they can collect like new towels and things for the shower truck. So on a different scale.
Can I just ask kind of an overarching question? So this is Q3, we've still got Q4, we have requests before us for basically the entire amount that we have remaining. Is there something about Q4 where we would not expect as many fundraising requests, or is it, I
haven't noticed any trends like that, really. It's the fundraising requests stay pretty consistent.
Year-round, okay.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to have some left for Q4, well, we need to plan accordingly.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Well, and we can be pretty flexible. Remember, this is part of the video lottery fund itself. We've kept it within our personal, kind of allocations. So this fundraising, we could, I feel comfortable supporting these requests and whatever amount we agree upon, and possibly, offering to provide more resources for the last quarter.
Would it be possible to bring in maybe like another 5,000 for the last quarter if we give all these at their 100%?
What kind of reserve do we have?
Yes, what is our reserve, Laura?
Yes, in the video lottery fund, we currently have about 400,000 unallocated funds.
So we aren't overdoing our.
So 5,000 is just fine. Okay.
That's right. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yes, it's extremely conservative, so that would be good.
Whoa.
So as I look at these, I'd like to support them all. And for Jericho Road, I may even offer 1,200 or 1,500 just get them going. This may be the year of the golf tournament, though, too, because, you know, everybody, the last couple of years, golfing was obviously a big opportunity, but now people even feel a little more comfortable to get out and try.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I know, I just got the email remember Dan Feltz's son who died of colon cancer? And he does a tournament every year at Tokati, and he's got that set up. So, yeah, I believe his son was only like 34 when he died of colon cancer, and it's been one of his missions in order to, keep it in public awareness.
So as I say, how about $1,200 for Jericho Road?
Yeah, they could go like an extra $200.
Yeah.
$1,200, okay. We'll be excited about that. All right, so then next up we have Latino Community Association requesting $2,500 for their Gala de Oro fundraiser, which is a big event with dinner, auction, raffle, and a dance. Their fundraising goal this year is $73,250, which helps support their programs, specifically workforce education. The event also helps them attract new donors, provide education about their services, leverage staffing additions, and is an opportunity for them to celebrate their success. As you can see, we've supported this event quite a few times in the past as well.
I think it's important.
I would support the full 2,500.
Me too.
Great. All right, and then last up, we have the Sun River Women's Club requesting $2,500 for the Sun River Art Fair, which is a 3-day in-person live fine arts event in the village at Sun River. They raise funds to support their Sun River Women's Club community grant program, as well as support local businesses and create income for the participating artists in the fair.
So can we do the full amount here too, and then we actually would have to transfer like 200 to cover the Jericho Road and 5,200 then? I mean, for the fourth quarter?
You want 5,000 for the fourth quarter?
Yeah, if we do 5,000, just add an extra 200, 5,200 for, does that make, okay, I mean, because we're doing 200 more for Jericho, so we need 6,200. If we do all the Sun River Women's Club on the same. I mean, I think it's really amazing. They've been around since 1972. I love art. 3 days, I think it's wonderful.
So if we fully fund them at the 2,500, we would just need an additional 5,200.
Right.
Per quarter.
For the next, yes, to keep us,
Yep.
keep us in the black, Laura. We got to stay in the black.
Great, thank you very much.
Know our numbers.
And thank you for the binder. It's truly appreciated.
Oh, good.
Great job, and thank you so much.
Of course.
Laura, do you remember how much we put in this fundraising category for the entire year? Like at the beginning?
15.
1,500.
So we're just kind of rounding that up to 20 then instead.
Yes, well, we did that. We had that extra quarter, last year, so I think it's important.
Yeah, great.
A lot of good groups that need to do fundraising this year.
So I know that Nick left to go to see someone more important than us. So thank you, Eric, for joining us.
Sure.
Do we have any other items?
There's somebody with his hand raised in the back.
We have one. Peter here to talk about Planning Commission appointment.
Okay, Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. We have, there's a couple things to update the Board of County Commissioners on and looking for direction. So I'll start with, first is our vacancy from Les Hudson, who's our former chairperson. And in coordination with Human Resources, CDD initiated a recruitment. The recruitment period ended on Friday, and this is an at-large position. We received 12 candidates, and staff is looking for direction from the board. I think as Nick noted in his email to you this morning, in the past, the board has assigned one commissioner to work with the chair of the Planning Commission, which is now Jessica Kiris, and the Community Development Director to go through the applications or the candidates and then determine who to interview, and then, of course, when to begin executing those interviews. Of course, that subgroup would then report or convey their recommendation to the entire board for an appointment. The appointment would complete Mr. Hudson's term, which, as I recall, is through June of 2023 or 2024. And then they would be, if they wanted to be considered for reappointment, staff would come back and ask for board direction there. So that's the first of three topics as it relates to the Planning Commission this afternoon. Then just looking for direction as to how you would like me to coordinate with the board to fill this vacancy.
I think it must be 24 because I believe I was part of that activity when we did interview for when Les was selected, and that would have been in 20.
It is 20. In fact, I have it right here. You're right, Madam Chair. Excellent memory. It's his term started in the middle of May and of 2016. So yeah, the term expires in this case in June 30th of 2024. So that would be the term for this replacement.
Okay, and we have 12 candidates.
We had 12 candidates. Yes, looks like an excellent group of residents from Deschutes County from all corners.
That's great. So I'd like to be, have that group application shared with me, just for a review, just a quick personal review, and also support the chair's committee work with yourself and the chair of the commission. And in the past, if one commissioner says, hey, wait a minute, I want to be more involved, we can do that. So I'm just thinking we can kind of do it whatever we want here. I go ahead and get the three of you together. I support getting the three of you together to kind of give us the first cut. Because then, as I say, if you want to
ask, one piece of history I would ask for is how recently have my fellow commissioners served in this capacity as a reviewer for Planning Commission candidates?
For the Planning Commission, I did it 2 years ago for that one position. I think that's the only one I've done ever. Have you done?
Yeah, I've done it. I don't know, it's been a couple of years. So
there was one recently last fall for a South County representative. So Commissioner Doman, you may have participated with Nick and Commissioner Hudson for.
That was the process where Scott Asla came out, right?
Say again?
Wasn't that the process where Scott Asla was?
That was somebody Tony Williams is the commissioner that's now serving in Southern Deschutes County. But we had a commissioner that had their full-time job was compelling them they just didn't have the free time any longer. So that was a vacancy that was created, I think, just last summer. So I think, does that refresh your memory?
I don't remember what it was. But yeah, it comes around, it's quiet, and then all of a sudden it comes around.
Yeah.
Right, and I remember, yes, Scott had to step down. He was.
But it's very much for all of us to be very engaged.
Right, exactly. I don't think I know.
Yeah, and I certainly know that when the recommendation comes to the board, it's not a rubber stamp process by any means. But given that my fellow commissioners have both served pretty recently in that kind of more from square one review process, I would be interested in doing that this year, or for this position.
Wow. Okay, and you're saying historically, when it was, we're not selecting the chair, we're just selecting the at-large position, correct? The chair's selected by the group.
In their first meeting in January, the commission selected Jessica Kiris as the chair. It just so happened that Les Hudson's 2-year term completed in the new year. So there was an opportunity for the Planning Commission to select a new chairperson and vice chair for that matter.
And who's the vice chair?
The vice chair is Commissioner Susan Altman.
Okay, Susan Altman then. All right.
Commissioners, just for your consideration, if more than one commissioner wants to be involved in the review and the interview process, staff can certainly accommodate that. And like the budget committee, all three commissioners tend to be involved, and so we have three separate panels. So that's just something for.
Oh, that'd be great.
That's just something
I
for the
would
board's
appreciate
consideration,
being
is
involved.
if two commissioners want to be involved, we can certainly incorporate that.
Okay, good.
Does that mean each of the three of us would be signing up for 12 interviews?
Yes. Well, it's really up to the board. The board could, I mean, it sounds like, I'm not sure, Commissioner.
I want to look at all 12, but I don't need to be in the process down deep right now.
So one option is to interview all 12, and then if there's two commissioners involved, we have two panels. Or, based on the commissioner review of the 12 applicants, the board can narrow down a certain number to interview. So instead of interviewing 12, the board could narrow it down to 6 or 4.
I would say maybe if we would narrow it down to 6 and then go from there. I mean, it's outstanding to hear that 12 people in the county are so willing to commit that much time, because it's a big responsibility. What is it, every other Thursday? Yes, it's a huge responsibility, and it's so appreciated.
I mean, another approach is the board could ask Peter and the planning chair to go through the applications, narrow it down to 6, and make a recommendation to the board on who to interview, and then the board can decide whether or not to interview those 6 or others. So several different options for board consideration.
That last scenario sounds like a good approach to me.
Sounds like a win-win.
Okay, so I'll just recap that. So Chair Curtis and I will go through the 12 candidates, and Commissioner DeBonne, I'll forward all 12 candidate profile, the applications to the entire board. And Jessica Curtis and I will go through and identify the top 6 for the board's consideration. And then we'll set up, I'm hearing 2 panels where the chair, Adair, and Commissioner Chang will work with myself and Planning Commission Chair Jessica Karas to interview the 6. And do you have a preference? Do you want to do that in person, or are you comfortable doing it remotely?
Well, hopefully we can do it in person. The numbers are going the right way, so, yeah.
You know, I'm not trying really hard to add a lot of in-person meetings right at the moment, but by the time that this process plays out, I'm guessing
okay, great.
We'll be in a better place.
Okay, well, I'll set that up, and we'll shoot for interviews late February, early March at the latest.
Early March would be lovely.
Early March, okay, we can do that.
I have a really big birthday party that I have to plan for someone, and oh boy.
Okay.
Remote?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a remote birthday party. I think I'll send him golfing somewhere. I'm sure he'll love it.
Okay.
Honey, wouldn't you want to go golfing?
Well, thank you for that. That's just the direction. So I'll set that up for early May, and we'll.
March.
I said March, and we'll figure out the meeting rooms. I'll work with Sharon and Sharon Keith. If I may, 2 other items, just for your consideration. Jessica Kiris who is our Planning Commission Chair, is rounding out her first term. Her first term ends in June, on June 30th, and she would like to be reappointed. And so the planning commissioners get 2 if the board agrees to reappointment, they are allowed to get 2 terms. And so I'll let you think about how you want to handle Ms. Kiris's reappointment request. It could be at the completion of this recruitment process for Les Hudson's vacancy, that appointment process, if the board was so inclined, could choose to appoint Jessica Kiris for another 4-year term. But that's just one option. I bring that to your attention.
And is there kind of a typical cycle to consider and complete that that reappointment, or is it just kind of when one commissioner is nearing the end, they throw their hat back in the ring again? Or
staff, Commissioner Chang, staff tries to work well in advance of when they term out, and so thanks to Sharon Keith's leadership over the years, you'll see most advisory committees, the members' terms are staggered. And so that has been established with the Planning Commission. So as staff, my goal, I knew immediately in January that I needed to reach out to Jessica Kiris to ask her if she was interested in another term. She was, and then that was before their first meeting in the calendar year. And then, as noted, because of not only Les Hudson's vacancy, but the fact that his 2-year chair position timed out, the commission had an opportunity to discuss amongst themselves and nominate colleagues to be the chairperson, and it was unanimous that the commission voted to have Jessica Kiris as the chairperson. And just for context, over the last 2 years, she's been vice chair.
And is there anyone else whose term is coming to an end, or?
Great question. That was going to be my third point. Just to keep you abreast that Commissioner Steve Swisher in Sisters Country, in the Sisters region, he's completing his second term. And so he actually has fulfilled his responsibilities as a planning commissioner, is no longer eligible for another term. So later in the spring, I'll work with Human Resources to initiate a recruitment for just the Sisters Country region, and I'll come back before the board like I'm doing this afternoon to talk about the candidates and how the board wants to interview that vacancy, or the candidates to fill that vacancy.
So you don't have to have a sister zip code, but you have to be in Sisters Country, correct?
I can look at it's in the Sisters region. I don't know if our code explicitly defines the boundary. We have Southern Deschutes County, we have Sisters, we have 2 Bend area, which can include Tumalo, and then we have a Redmond area, and then 2 at large.
All right, good.
So there's been a tremendous effort over the years, as our seasoned commissioners are well aware, to make sure we have adequate geographic representation for the Planning Commission, just given the size of our county. So yes, I'll be back. That third point was I'll likely be back in late March, early April with the results of a recruitment for that position. We had the at-large position that we're talking about today, that was open for just about a month. So I can imagine in the month of March, we'll initiate a recruitment, and I'll come back in April to talk about the process for filling that vacancy. So I guess coming back to the second point is, if the commission is comfortable with Jessica Kiris as for a second term, staff can work with admin as part of filling the at-large vacancy. So when that position is eventually filled by appointment, there can be a formal acknowledgement of Ms. Kiris being reappointed for her second term. If the board wanted to do something differently, I would welcome that direction, again, because her term expires at the end of June.
Is there any historical precedent for us opening up solicitation for a position that is currently filled where the incumbent wants to have a second term? I mean,
my recollection, at least the most, the past few years, is that if a commissioner with good standing respectfully is asking for board consideration for reappointment, that the board has acknowledged that and rewarded it. But I think in years past, there certainly were processes where they went through another recruitment, where the standing commissioner was still being under consideration, and there were other candidates that could be evaluated in relationship to the, I'll call the incumbent. But it hasn't happened, I don't think, in the last few years.
I just was so appreciative of all the people that we interviewed in the time I did do it in 2020, that, you know, really some qualified people come out to help us. So thank you, thank you.
Thank you. So
I'd like to talk with Jessica, just say hi, catch up, how's it been going? So that's kind of my mindset on this. There's no reason I don't think that we wouldn't be I wouldn't support her reappointment. Okay. But yeah, let's take a moment, and I want to say hi to her, because it's been.
Would the other members of the commission, would they be comfortable having Jessica reach out just to check in, or?
Yeah, just
I mean, welcome that.
Okay, if it's okay, I'll provide Jessica your contact information, and let that happen between her and the board, and then we can revisit it if necessary. If not, staff will keep this on the agenda as part of at least that potential appointment process as part of filling the at-large position.
Peter, maybe by June we can have a joint meeting or something with them?
Certainly. That's always on our work plan, to have either a annual or biannual check-in. Both the board and the planning commission should be through providing input on the draft work plan. So I'll note that on the calendar, and I know they welcome that engagement. So I'll note that for a meeting in June. Thank you.
Well, let's hope we can do that.
And then the agenda, the items that goes to the planning commission is the responsibility of the community development director, right? So I'm just reminded that, you know, the agenda doesn't just come out of thin air. It's really the current activities, the things on the horizon, the work plan that's put out by, in partnership with the board, and that's how the agenda gets kind of scheduled up for the topics.
Correct. The work plan very much informs, for those that might be listening or watching online, very much informs the matters that go to the planning commission. As the board is well aware, starting late spring into the summer, we're going to be talking about the comprehensive plan update. There's going to be community engagement, open houses involved that I suspect the planning commission will have some role in convening. So the comprehensive plan update, the Tumalo community plan, Sisters Country Trails, the new proposed wildlife inventory for mule deer winter range. So there's a lot that's headed to the planning commission very, very soon. The next 2 years are going to be the transportation system plan update, which is working its way through the road department and has to get adopted into our comprehensive plan. Those are just a handful of many other items that the planning commission and ultimately the board are going to be discussing. So it's I can't recall a year or a biennium that our planning commission is going to be interfacing with for quite some time, probably 10 years, where there's just some substantive projects with the board's support, of course, that involved community engagement and our community assets.
But just the development pressure, the dynamics of people moving out of big cities and looking for maybe a more rural lifestyle. The world has kind of changed. High-speed internet, working from home, home delivery, it all fits into this rural development pattern scenario. That's really interesting.
For their first horse, don't forget that. The day of the horse. So
I thought it was the year of the tiger.
Well,
that was yesterday, right? The Chinese New Year. So put in perspective the comprehensive plan. So is that that's a 20-year horizon document?
It is, Commissioner. It's a 20-year plan with goals and policies that provide policy direction for how with this, of course, the direction from the Board of County Commissioners, can address growth and development in rural Deschutes County, and as well as how we can best coordinate with our partners, our city partners, over the next 20 years. And so the last time our comprehensive plan has been updated was in 2010, and much has changed over the last decade. And with the board's support, we're, I think in about the next 4 to 6 weeks, we'll have a consultant for your consideration for retaining, and we will be embarking on an 18-month community engagement with stakeholders and members of the public to talk about rural development matters, coordination issues with our cities, and other items that the public identifies that can be ultimately incorporated into a policy document that then can be used to prioritize how, with the board's direction, how CDD can be a partner in addressing growth and development opportunities.
So it's a 20-year horizon, and the goal is generally to update it every 10 years?
You know, the board has been incredibly supportive in making sure that the comprehensive plan is relevant. There's no requirement for counties to update their comprehensive plans like there are with the cities. So it's really dependent on kind of what the board is, what expectations are, as expressed through their constituents in the community. For example, the Tumalo Community Plan, which is one of the, we're going to be updating that community plan over the next 12 to 18 months. The last time that plan was revisited was about 10 years ago. So you'll notice in the draft work plan that'll be forthcoming for the board's consideration, whether it happens this year, time and resources dependable or available based on availability, we do plan on eventually having conversations with Newberry Country residents about how's the South County plan functioning? Does it need to be revisited? And then the same is true for the Terrebonne community. So we know those conversations need to occur, and it's based on what you just said, Commissioner. So much is happening to our community on what feels like a day-to-day basis. But when you look back 10 years, there's been some profound investments and community growth that warrant revisiting these kinds of conversations with our constituents.
Great. And then one more item, I had sent you that email about that work plan item. So that was the ham radio operators and clarity in our code about the height restrictions or conditional versus outright authorization for cell towers. I mean, ham towers, not cell towers. But I think that's why it got complicated, as in, I have a hunch that our code, because of this thing called a cell tower, which is this big monstrosity with these huge antennas on it, maybe our code evolved a little different than, hey, this guy just wanted to put up a tower in his backyard to get his ham, thing going. So, so that just for the other commissioners to hear, it was a request for it to be a discussed. Would it be part of the work plan? But can you help me with what's the time frame of the work plan? As in, is that coming around?
So we're currently drafting the work plan, which happens in the new year, to identify projects that the board has identified for consideration. Some of these projects, in this case, are multi-year projects. For example, the comprehensive plan being one example. So staff prepares the work plan. It's not just the planning division. We are capturing the entire department of what our roles and responsibilities are, what expectations we have project-wise for the next fiscal year, some of the challenges that we're experiencing as well. And then we also have a yearly recap of our responsibilities. And so that's in an appendix, so that for those that are interested about CDD, they can read about what accomplishments occurred in the calendar year. And I always find that very valuable, because I think it really, as everyone knows, we are seeing such tremendous investment in our community, and this report kind of binds what we've achieved over the last calendar year, and where we can focus our resources, of course, with community input and ultimately board direction about how those resources can be allocated for the next fiscal year. So there will be a planning commission public hearing likely in March, at the latest would be early April, and then we would get to the board. We have to work around your budget, the budget season. But it would be late April or early May to get your feedback. And these are public hearings where members of our community can provide their input, suggest other additions, verify or validate the ones that are being contemplated. And then the board, for those that are listening at home, the board acknowledges that plan, and then it provides the basis for staff to, at least in the planning division, to allocate our resources in a responsible way.
Well, and then also, this is that, sorry, I'm just on a roll here, but if there was a code change envisioned by somebody, instead of doing it applicant-driven and writing a check for it, this is where, hey, county, does this make sense for, the county as a proper to do it for everybody? So this is where somebody might ask for something that makes sense relative to some scenario, and you just put it in the work plan, which is kind of the
correct.
operation.
And what the board has always recognized is those types of amendments, if they're changes to our zoning code, it's not just as it pertains to one particular property, but there's real utility in providing opportunities to amend the code to take advantage of an economic development opportunity, for example, that could apply, across the county based on certain zoning districts. So yes, the plan has accommodated that with the board's support, of course. So it's really supposed to be a repository of, projects that the board has identified that are just like the ham radio as one for consideration, in addition to other projects that there are some that carry over. I dare say, over the course of a couple of years, just because we haven't had the resources to execute them. But we keep that list active and look for input from our community, from our planning commission, and ultimately the board to determine how to best prioritize our resources. I mean, I've always felt that your planning division, especially long-range planning, are your consultants. And they're excellent at what they do. And, the board has the ability to direct how to utilize them in the best way possible.
I was actually talking to someone today who had come from Coeur d'Alene, and the fact that they are Idaho is the #1 growing state in the nation, and apparently Coeur d'Alene is really impacted. And, it would be interesting to see what they're doing there to handle the growth there around, all those lakes that go on forever. So, yeah.
We are very fortunate, and I've been lucky enough to work for Deschutes County for 18 years, and the Board of County Commissioners has always valued the role that planning can make in a community. I've heard Commissioner DeBone acknowledge it, who's been here the longest, acknowledge, when we have an economic downturn, it's, you can begin to plan for growth. And when you have the growth, you can utilize planning to manage that development. And we've just been very fortunate, this board and your successors, of course, in concert with the entire team of admin and legal counsel and others, to support planning to ensure that we're addressing those matters that are most important to the community. So it's nothing that, as your director, that I ever take for granted, and I think our staff is very humbled and appreciative to know that the board has that continued commitment to address growth-related matters. So it's been quite a year, and no doubt next year will bring a lot of opportunity and conversation.
Well, how interesting that they had that volcanic activity on South Sisters on the news this morning, and then we had the boom here, and it's just like, okay, that would have just been, yes, thank goodness that was a local contractor.
Yeah, thank you.
Since do you guys remember when Mount St. Helens went off? Oh my gosh, I lived in Seattle and it went dark. I mean, totally dark. So that was, and we knew that was going to happen. So yeah, I know. Do you remember it? Were you here?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
It was just in national news.
I saw the ash on the East Coast.
Well, anyway, it turned dark, and I think it was in the middle of the day in Seattle. Remember, they had to stop all the flights, and the ash went all over the world.
There was ash in wheat country in Wasco County. So, yeah, definitely covered a lot of ground.
Oh, it did.
It's,
All right.
a rough-
Oh, my gosh, Peter, so glad you are at the head of our building department or development. Anyway, I know your plate is full, and thank you for responding on Sunday, but please try and take Sunday off.
Thank you. Thanks for your time today.
No, thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Is there any other business? Okay. Stephanie, meeting adjourned.